Alrighty, and we are live. Welcome, viewer. So, if you don't understand how you can be an atheistic Christian, then this is the live stream for you. We're covering the paper by Bruce MacLennan titled Evolutionary Neurotheology and Jungian Psychology. It covers the difference between instincts and archetypes and how personalized gods or forces are the rule sets and incantations that program our behaviors, and how awareness of these influences and possessions will allow us to better integrate and assimilate with them to higher purposes, rather than condemn such forces into our shadows, which exploits us subconsciously. Who are we? I'm Ben, an Australian and founder of Beverly. We also have Trigiv, a Norwegian composer, musician, amateur philosopher, and master student at Volda University College. And we also have Callie, a student of economics and natural sciences, as well as philosophy. Together, we are part of Beverly, an open community to transform isolated and competitive wisdom into collaborative wisdom through weekly discussions such as this and software projects to facilitate them. So an overview of this one, it's a really great paper. Highly recommend reading, especially if you're a fan of Peterson or Viveki. And so we'll give an overview of the main structures of the ideas and then read out some supporting quotes by that. And then we'll engage in a open dialogue or debate afterwards. That will probably be quite lively if it's anything similar to the pre-show chat. But this paper is so good. So a pretty much theme of it is we deleted one of the dot points. So it goes into instincts and archetypes. Well, actually, I'll read out a quote from it, a snippet that'll go into like kind of the essence of the paper. So from a theological perspective, we may be placed in real existential dilemmas. Gods cannot be disobeyed without dire consequences. Yet, in a case of archetypal conflict, we are faced with reconciling warring deities. In facing such a dilemma, it is not simply a matter of choosing good over evil, for each of the gods is good in the sense that they serve the species, and beyond that, life in general. They each have a legitimate claim on us. So it goes into the instincts and archetypes, both arise from evolution, and the former is observed externally, and the latter is observed internally. So the guy, if you've read anything about evolutionary psychology, the paper is also really good. It really much extends off the themes for that. So it looks into a view of the last few years since evolution was done, but evolution was kind of observing phenomena from the outside and then seeing how things correlate. And then only assuming that the intrinsic subjective reality and subjective ideas only existed within humans, which was anthropocentric. And this paper kind of rejects that or really counter-argues it quite sufficiently with a lot of citations and appendixes to it, and kind of presents that, well, no, the actual neuropsychological foundations that precipitate these precede these instincts are actually intuitions, but these intuitions actually kind of correlate themselves into archetypes and then complexes, and then it goes into the whole I guess epistemology, or the way to think about or organize such sophisticated complexity in thinking about these things. So you have archetypes, then they kind of correlate into then towards gods, which are higher things, and then below that is then complexes, which is how they actually interact with your persona, and your persona is how you personify yourself as well as other people, but you're beyond your persona. And so you want to transcend yourself to go beyond your subjugation of a persona, of how other people see you or how you see yourself, because that'll restrict you more than what you can be. And instead you want to go beyond that. But then how do you do that, and how do you select? Because as he says, there is warring deities. So for instance, he raises the example of the god of Eros, of love. So the god of Eros is that which can unite us and make us feel amazing, while at the same time it can cause us to have affairs and all these other bad, what we as humans would attribute as bad things in a particular society. And it even goes as far as to, or goes further in it, and goes to talk about how certain collectives, or even just the human genome in of itself, from a neuropsychological evolutionary perspective, actually provides weighting to these type of spiritual experiences. Or there was a word he used, I think it's, we'll find the word later on in the show notes. So that's kind of like an overall part of it. That's like the first 20 pages. You're like, oh, okay, I need to understand gods and how they impact my life so I can actually integrate them towards the goals I wish. I can muse them into my targets and not be possessed by them. And the last 20 pages is pretty much all about how to actually achieve that practically. It's pretty much the first 20 pages is like a theoretical extrapolation of a theoretical explanation of everything, and then the last 20 pages is like a practical, here's how to do it, here's how to become the Sam Harris hippie in the Himalayas doing 400 milligrams of LSD and finding Jesus and Buddha. So without the meditation. So it's, if you like Sam Harris, the last 20 pages are actually fantastic. It will be right up Sam Harris's alley. So Sam Harris, Peterson, Viveki, they could all get together and it would be this book, this paper. Yeah. Can you unmute yourself, Trigger? Because I had you guys muted. So you should be able to unmute yourself. All right, I'll do it. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, now I can hear me. Good. So
yeah,
I would like to add that that ethology is a very useful term to know about here. So ethology is basically this, as you can quote from Wikipedia, the scientific and objective study of animal behavior, usually with a focus on behavior under natural conditions and viewing behavior as an evolutionary adaptive trait. So to relate that to this paper, you might say that Jungian archetypes are ethological terms to describe human activities. So it's you might say it's the ethological study of humans as animals.
Cool. And seems, who's this other person on the air? I don't know. We've got someone else joining. Hopefully they can figure it out in the private chat. Whoever just joined can post it in the private chat. That'll be interesting. And probably set a name so we can actually know who you are. Alrighty. Yeah. So yeah, well, that was another part of this book. Like even in the abstract, the first part of it, I was like, oh my Jesus, like probably I learned like 20 words I didn't actually know before. So a big leveling up of my vocabulary. And all right, so that was pretty much an overview. I'll start reading out some select quotes from the different sections. So the audience member and all of us are communicating over a shared understanding, and then we'll go into our contentions or our discussion of it. So let me just pop up our agenda document. Okay, I need to put it in the other window. Alrighty, so let me make this smaller so people can follow along. All right, the overview paper. So we read this one out. All right, so another great quote from it. So all animal species exhibit characteristic behavioral patterns, commonly called instincts. These behaviors are served by perceptual systems, which are also characteristic of the species. These perceptual behavioral structures, which are common to all members of a species, change very slowly on evolutionary timescales as the species continue to adapt to its possibly changing natural environment. The functions of these perceptual behavioral structures must be understood in the context of the species' environment of evolutionary adaptiveness. That is, the environment in which it has historically evolved and therefore to which it is adapted. So when we have gods that are operating in the world, or forces that are controlling us, we should actually know the forces that have actually evolved with us. Otherwise, we could be in channeling a god or a complex that may actually be outdated or unfitted for our modern behavior or our society, or will war with the society's God. So it then proceeds to a Jungian overview. So what are complexes? Ego, superego, persona, destiny, individuation, shadow, and its muse and possession. I won't go into all of that. That's what the paper's for, which is brilliant. But as the excerpt of this is projection and possession, which are not necessarily bad, may be difficult to identify because our complexes are closely bound to our personalities and therefore hard to differentiate from ourselves. Indeed, it can become difficult to distinguish one's authentic personality from the crowd of personal complexes. One sign of possession is a defensive feeling when the complex is threatened. Therefore, a person may overreact emotionally when an intellectual position, such as a philosophical or political opinion, is criticized or even questioned. In general, complexes are created from strong emotional charges, and so sudden changes of mood or feeling in the absence of the obvious causes may indicate that one has been possessed or released from possession. Also, complexes often
I
appear
demand
in
safe
dreams.
space.
Oh my god. All right. Muting while I'm doing my monologue. Jesus Christ.
No, but
He's like, no, but muted. Alrighty. Also, complexes often appear in dreams. Projection may also be a cause of soul loss, since the psychic energy invested in a complex may be projected onto another person, and therefore be lost when that person is absent or has died. The demon has absconded with the projector's soul. Soul retrieval then requires that the projection be withdrawn, the demon found and brought back, and the psychic energy which it absorbed be returned to the patient. So demon here, he's using a lot of the terms he uses, ones from the text he's actually referring to. So it's not a typo. He's actually referring a specific term that we've lost in our English dictionary. So he's actually using that as the term. Trigiv, I see you're making some notes. Do you want to just comment on the notes you were making?
Let's see, am I unmuted?
Yep.
Okay, so I just wanted to note that the point about overreacting emotionally when an intellectual position or a philosophical or political opinion is criticized or even questioned is something we discussed last week. So, yeah.
It's kind of interesting here because the first part is kind of like a bad side of possession. He then goes a lot into how the shadow is probably the most common thing that possesses us. But he also will go into the gods later on. There's a specific part where he invokes Eros, and it's kind of fascinating. Let me see if I can actually find the note for that because I seem to have lost it. Successful origin, the Eros principle, therefore, is not God. Oh, I'll just recount it because I can't find the exact note where I said it. Okay, wait, maybe I can. Sorry, heartbreak. Will the search actually work? No. God dang it. All right, one moment. No, my note software has decided. Oh, okay. No, wait, there it is. It's all right. All right. Oh, damn it. Yeah, okay. So I quoted the wrong, well, the right thing, but not the actual specific thing. So he talks about, so for a political instance, like with an axiomatic challenge, this can be a part where our previous possession of a god is now challenged, right? And you can think of this as like a parasite leaving your body, right? And like often when you take some medicine to rid you of a parasite, you can feel a lot sicker. Or even a lot of the times just before you're about to get well, you get a lot more sick. So it's kind of this exorcism of these gods that are possessing us, or as they distinguish later, these complexes. So for instance, when heartbreak occurs, that kind of emotional release or that catharsis or that possession or that overwhelm, is actually when the god Eros is being challenged. So we can think of it as before we were possessed by the god Eros. This is like a blossoming love, or it's like when a relationship breaks down. And that is when the god Eros is now having a battle within ourselves against a competing god that is happening. So he gives the example in the paper. If you are primarily a thinker, then your shadow is dominated by feeling. Since your shadow wants to bring a feeling orientation to life, by forming an alliance with a shadow, you can balance your conscious personality while satisfying its needs. In summary, integrating the traits of the shadow into consciousness is a major stage in becoming psychologically whole. So this is where they start going into the benefits of that integration. If you integrate, then you will have these less negative experiences and be able to better flow between the gods. Yep, Callie, you're unmuted.
No, you're just all over the place. First of all, the gods have duality. So Eros combats with itself. Okay. So on one side, Eros has to perform that which wants to perform. On the other side, it does the opposite, such as treacherous activities, including cheating, for example. It's not just between gods, but also within gods. Important distinction.
Okay, true.
And now continue.
Right, because that's also one of the interesting things. Like in the Greek, the Greek gods, they had their own issues and complexes and all the rest as well. They were also troubled beings. So it would make
and basically outcomes of your actions are not only positive, they can be negative, because again, perspective wise. And if you're a bearer of those actions, for you it can be positive, or for you it can be negative, but at the same time it can be positive for other person, it can be negative for other person.
We're getting to that, but for now, a more important point I think is to note that this is one of the confusions that arise from thinking about them as gods and not thinking about them as instincts.
Right.
Which confusion arises there?
The confusion that when we think of them as gods, which is the language that people use to relate to them with, we imagine them in a different way than when we think about instincts, because of course an instinct can drag in different directions. Of course, the need to procreate and the desires that come with it will bring you to any opportunity to go in that direction.
Oh, that's what you mean. I think it's mostly, I know what you mean. But I think it's mostly high orderliness people who like to separate everything, and they do not see continuity between concepts. And although gods are extension of our biological imperatives, and biology does affect our psychology, and separating those two, say, oh no, that's different things. But everything is all at once, but also separate. As the people who come with these arguments, they don't take a moment to think; they just do, and then you have such misconceptions. But yeah, I understand. That is true. That's true.
I don't think anybody is saying that though.
Yeah.
Well, no, exactly. That's what you meant about the people. For example, I can tell you from my own experience with dealing with religious people. They're in their conceptualization. I'm talking about Christians in their conceptualization. So evangelicals, Catholics, Orthodox, Protestants, in their conceptualizations, they separate very much so. For example, so you have an engineer who is a devout Catholic, and the two things don't come together. Like if you try to start talking about engineering and religion in one vein, they get uncomfortable. They get frizzy, because those things don't come together. There is no relation whatsoever. And so there are people who separate concepts, although concept in itself is to limit something, right? The word concept, but they like to they say, oh, there is no connection whatsoever between these things, and it is very difficult to communicate with these people, because you have to show them, you have to lead them by the hand, because their psyche is structured differently. If they're low in openness, especially, it's a nightmare to deal with them regarding such topics, because for them it's orderliness, like, well, things are this way and they have special structure and the relation is this and there's no other relation whatsoever, and I don't want to deal with any other relation. And when somebody who thinks in a way that no, there is more than one interpretation, or there is more than one connection between different structures of concepts, and the person's like, what the hell are you talking about? You must be crazy, because you're out of his narrative structure in terms of how it operates technically. I'm not talking about, you can be also Catholic, but you're not seeing it the way he sees religion, religious experience, that is. And that's why people have misconceptions just by, well, having different psychological predispositions.
Yeah, but as far as I can tell, there's no such misconception going on right here. In the paper, he gets to that point, whereas right here, I'm just making it clear that it looks like a problem because people use different terms to talk about different aspects of the thing.
Right. I think at least for Callie, he's kind of like expounding it for the benefit of the audience. So like rather than necessarily for us as the participants, because and just a further expansion on that, and hopefully we can save more expounding on our ideas towards the discussion part of the live stream. But just an example of that is, say as an atheist, if I go to like a Christian church, obviously I'm going to encounter a lot of fallacies from their hardcore belief, if they actually believe it is a deity in, that is operating like a personified deity. Whereas for me, if I'm going to, listen to a sermon, I'm looking at it from not a theistic perspective at all. But whatever the term is for it, I think the term here is neurotheology.
I think ethological is a pretty good term for it right here.
Okay.
That's probably how you and me would look at a church and a sermon.
Okay. Right. And I see that actually to add into what Callie was saying, there's one church that I think is fantastic called Victory Tulsa. And for the most part, maybe there's only like 5 fallacies in like a 45-minute sermon. So it's like way better than like the usual church. So like he is mostly like, I think this is cool. This is what you can get out of it for your life. But every now and then he'll inject one of these theistic fallacies into it. And like, so one of the big examples was he was doing one of his inspirational parts at the end, like the call to transcendence at the end, like let God take you, which is a powerful thing. And he would say like, this isn't just something that evolutionary psychologists put out into some abstract thing. This is God, and God is moving through you. And I was like, yeah. Like, that's just an area where there needs to be a bridging of terms here, or because they're speaking the same, like the
he's speaking of the same thing.
Is the same.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's one to add. He's in my view, the church and the sermons and the rituals, for the most part, are in themselves a psychotherapy, like primitive psychotherapy, like initial older and more ancient stages, and alchemy was also an attempt of that, and Jung wrote a lot on that, and so when you have a priest, I've visited some of the I visited Catholic mass like a month and a half ago. I do it out of interest occasionally to know how the things are going, and the guy went full out saying the mass was, so first there was readout from the evangelist, from, I don't know who's, from Matthew, I think. But later, what he did after that is that he gave a small speech. Also, the proselytizing the masses. So I sense the push to help people, but from not understanding the conceptual narrative in which the full extent of conceptual narrative in which he does that. And if you see that, you can see the incompatibility with that which holds to be true. And I think that is something why churches nowadays, they lost power, because they became more disconnected with the world itself as it changes. Because in fact they're more dogmatic and they're less fluid, less flexible. And because of that, there is this disconnect, and because of that, people don't connect as much, and so they connect more to the superhero movies. Same thing, just something that connects more to the real world. Yes.
Twofold point here. It's not so much an argument or anything. It's just to summarize this. That problem is basically why Peterson doesn't feel like going to church, and I share that sentiment.
Yeah. Exactly.
I suggest at this point that maybe we should move on with the summary of the paper.
Sure.
Then get the discussion afterwards.
We can come back later.
Yeah, and just the final thing for something that does expound that people can do at the movie PK. fantastic at communicating this exact point. Bollywood, always good for communicating all the stuff Hollywood doesn't dare to. So, all right, let's go back to the paper. Let me just make sure it's sharing properly. Bop, bop, bop. All righty. Yep. All righty. So he then goes into what the anima and animus is. Peterson's talked about both of these before, where the anima is kind of the female archetype available to the male perspective, and the animus is the male archetype available to the female perspective. To quote, Aphrodite causes us to love our spouses and to start families, but also urges us to extramarital affairs. Aries and this one should have been in the one prior. It was the prior point that I was looking for. So Aries encourages us to strike when we're angry, but also defend our homeland. The clever words granted us by Hermes can win support for a just cause, or they can cheat and deceive. The sky father Zeus enforces laws and rules, but sometimes the point of cruelty. The great mother nurtures her children, but may smother or even devour them, and so on for all the other gods. So this one should have gone way earlier. This is the instance of the role of gods in our lives. From an atheistic perspective or a secular perspective. So these gods are manifesting themselves through certain behaviors in our lives. Or these certain behaviors intersect with these conceptions of gods. So the actual one about anima and animus, the quote is, however, if the anima or animus is not consciously integrated, it may possess the ego or be projected onto others in primitive ways. If it is projected, then a person may misperceive members of the opposite sex. For example, a man may perceive women as irrational children or seductive nymphs. A woman may perceive men as cold, aggressive, or remote. If possession occurs, then a person may act out of the least differentiated characteristics of their contrasexual part. Thus, the animus-possessed woman may become inappropriately bossy, aggressive, judgmental, opinionated, or intolerant, while the anima-possessed man may become touchy, resentful, overly emotional, sentimental, or irrational. He also goes further into, I haven't shared the quote, but he also goes into the positive aspects of these. So, for instance, a woman can find the order that the animus provides in her life, the archetype, the male archetype that she can actually conceptualize, can provide order in her life to achieve great success in the workplace or in her marriage to God as a nun.
Small tip for regarding that, for those who are dating scene, a woman with short hair is either animus possessed or has fully integrated animus. So it's up to you guys. It's up to you.
So you're saying it's a 50-50 and not useful advice at all. Is that what you're saying?
All right, but again, that is true. You can spot that about the easiest is daily conversations, but you can spot it in your family as well, and those are sometimes not the good things to deal. I mean, when you have understanding, you suddenly have a lot of patience. In my estimation, patience is in fact understanding, and so you cannot get emotional about these things when you understand them, and encountering these people and seeing how they are. So they're ignorant of their own behavior, so they're not fully conscious of that which they do. It's a great gift to see that, I'm telling you. And please continue. Please continue. We can discuss this in depth, but just outline first.
Yep. So then from this, he goes into archetypes and gods. So eros and strife, love is God, possession, and examples of gods. So the thwarting of archetypical intent can nucleate pathological complexes. Thus, Stephen's fourth law of psychodynamics says, psychopathology results from the frustration of archetypical goals. However, this does not imply that archetypes should govern our behavior. Rather, our moral problem is what attitude we adopt to these fundamental a priori aspects of our nature, how we live them, and how we mediate them to the group. It is the ethical orientation that counts. Yeah.
Great quote. Just want to point out that psychopathology is the same as psychopathy. If it was talking about psychopathy, it would be a very contentious claim.
Right. Yeah. A lot of these terms I had to you know, a lot of them were very new to me. But yeah, this other bit, this again goes into in terms of our moral claims, right? So what attitude we adopt to these fundamental a priori aspects of our nature, how we live them and how we mediate them to the group is the ethical orientation that counts. So it's not so much like what's actually happening in the world materially, it's how we actually interact with them. And how we actually interact with them subjectively is actually the realm of mythology and concepts and more theoretical things that have a practical way of our life. It's not actually that much material on how we actually manifest and go about our lives. Like it's what's inside that is actually transforming the material world, and therefore it's what's inside in this mythological sphere or this metaphysical sphere. I think that's the right term. That is actually governing the way we work and the way the material world operates to an extent. I think that's fascinating.
And
That quote.
one more thing about that, how we live them and
Yep.
how we mediate them. So mediate in the sense of communicate, you might say. So it's important to have a shared understanding that you can use to make other people in the group relate to you.
Mm.
Just want to highlight that because people
Well,
talk about it in different ways. You can describe it as being possessed by Ares, for example, if you're mad. But in modern parlance, people would probably be a little confused by that. There are probably better ways to talk about it for people today.
It's
Yeah.
called social norms. Normal, as simple as just trying to fit in. You know?
Yeah.
Not
Yeah,
necessarily
that'd be
fitting in,
funny.
but being understood. They're related, but emphasis.
Excuse me, the correlation is not one-to-one, clearly. I understand. Of course, it's not one-to-one, but it's tangent concept, tangent phenomena.
It's always fun being on a live stream with people who are so pedantic.
Yes, yeah, but because he claims, of course, I understand that. Of course, for the audience, for those who are listening to this, like, what the hell are these guys talking about? Like, what the hell does this all mean? Well, there we go. Please continue.
Yeah. Alrighty. So then he follows up with, well, this personal wrestling side of it. So the consequences or the possession, warring and conflicting. So beyond good and evil, which is a work by Nietzsche that is referencing this concept of what is
Excellent
beyond
book.
morality, which is an excellent book. We did a Beverly live stream on it, where pretty much the question, if you're new to it, is how can you know what is good or bad, or how do you know anything if you can't even know that you're thinking your own thoughts, if you can't even assert that? And then so it's pretty much like a challenge in the first half, and then the second half is, well, we're still called to act, how should we act? And then the postmodernists took it one way, and then the Soviet Russia took it one way, where it's like we can just project everything onto the world, and then the Nazis took it another way. And really, if they communicated things out, to the world wars may have been avoided, maybe. but that's a transgression. Which
I would, but I doubt that would be avoided. But another discussion.
Yeah. Yeah,
Sadly.
probably. Yeah. So necessary to know which gods are acting in our lives, as they may be outdated or unable to compete with alternative forces. So since our personal demons, since our personal demons affect our perception and behavior, it is important to be aware of them, even to befriend them, because they are created by God. They cannot, in general, be banished, dissolved, nor should we wish to do so, for they are channels of divine archetypal energy into our personal lives. On the other hand, we cannot allow ourselves to be ruled by them, for we have a conscious ethical standpoint. They do not. Like the gods, they are beyond good and evil. So this is fascinating. I used to be plagued by I guess, an anxiety decision called trichotillomania, a compulsive urge to pull out my own hair, that I've had since I was like 8, and it comes back maybe every now and then. It's now been like 2 years, I think, since I did it. But pretty much the categorical part of that is when my agency would be, I feel like I would no longer have any agency in my life, and that, kind of like I felt, I was going smaller and smaller into a cave, and that I couldn't act or anything like that. And to some effect, like, it's a body focused repetitive disorder. So there's like attention release, it's kind of like a way of regaining some control, but not really cognitive control, more like nervous, your parasympathetic, like your nervous system control. So it's like a control of that because you're just plagued with this intense anxiety. And the way that really solved it for me over so many years, that was actually a conscious solution rather than a haphazard environmental solution, was reading the book Die Empty. And in it, it kind of presented a framework for reclaiming agency in your life, which was pretty much Peterson's speak up type thing. So it was like, okay, let's speak up and then kind of start reclaiming it. And so this quote here was kind of this interesting thing about, this possession by demons. To some extent, that can happen. That can be a real struggle. But at the end of the time, we can't banish these demons. Like if I just, like one of the parts, there's a big, huge book about it, but one of the psychological treatments for people who have body focused repetitive disorders or any type of mental disorder is to say, I happen to have this, not say like, I have trichotillomania, but you have to say I happen to have it. So that way it kind of reduces the agency and actually externalizes it. And that way you can feel like, it's no longer your identity. You can actually wrestle with it. I actually have a Quora answer that goes into that in a lot more detail that I can probably share in the show notes.
Quick question. Have you attempted in your case, have you attempted to shave yourself fully? And what would happen?
Oh, yeah. That's like the temporary solution, right? But then you can probably just go for eyebrows, eyelashes, other hair,
shaves as well,
things like that. Yeah,
it's
mostly like, it's generally like way more women than men, but it could just be men keep it secret. So like anything when it comes to
so somebody stroking their beard too often can be something like that. Stroking their beard very often.
Yeah, well, it depends whether it becomes.
I wonder what I think about that.
Yeah, it's if it becomes. It's if it becomes a disorder, right? Like if it's pathological, if it interferes with your daily operations. So
how about
me,
I think to adding to that, maybe somewhere out of nowhere, but habit. If it's also as a habit, so can you remove that habit because you have the trigger, right? And then you have the compulsion to act in certain way, and then you have the result which triggers you again, which is why viral products are created this way, because they want to habituate you to that. So they are geared, they're designed to make you develop habits. But I'm thinking whether is also additionally, like it is reinforced as a possession because it becomes also a habit, And
well, definitely, because for it, like if I like generally in times when I start getting more anxious, which is generally when there's less agency or exists less potential agency in my life, I'll start picking up my beard some more, but it's not particularly compulsive yet. Like there's still compulsions, but it isn't compulsive. And in which case, when I do realize it's now become something I no longer have the agency to prevent or to conquer or overcome, shave everything. Because otherwise you've opened the floodgate to this behavior that has such strong reinforcement.
There is, for those who are struggling, for example, with habits, any kind of habits, there is a way to override it by changing the action that you're doing when there is a trigger for that habit. Sure. So you have to identify the trigger for the habit. You have to identify the action which you're doing for the habit, and so when you have to be conscious of that effect. So that's how you change habits. Is that the moment you get triggered, and you have to catch yourself in doing that, because it can be so flawless and almost instinctual that you don't even notice it, because unconscious. So you have to bring into conscious effect, and you catch yourself.
But at the same time, if you don't solve like the underlying cause, or like that, because otherwise that's like a deference.
It's more difficult.
Like you just transmuting it into something else. When really, and in which case it's still going to be the same pathology. Maybe instead of ripping your hair out, you're cutting yourself with a knife, or you're doing push-ups or some other thing instead. So rather than getting your work done, you're doing like 5,000 push-ups in a day, right? Either way, it's still not getting your work done. So the actual goal of it, usually the treatment, if you go to a psychologist, is CBT. But as Peterson's kind of outlined in one of his things, which is a training on how to be a psychotherapist, he says you need to find a counselor or a therapist who is more intelligent than you are. And generally,
And
if you are
preferably
highly intelligent
of
with
your
his
own
anxiety
gender or
disorders,
sex.
that can be a bit of a struggle because then you out reason the person you are who is trying to help you.
Yes, that is true. That is so true.
But if you can't, they can manipulate you by accident.
Mm.
Anyway,
Yeah,
I think I'd like to latch on to about the previous paragraph went over.
Yeah.
I think it might be going a bit too far in saying, just reading out the sentence in full, then to point out what to object to. Because they are created by a God, they cannot in general be banished, nor should we wish to do so, for they are channels of divine energy into our personal lives. The nor should we wish to do so doesn't really jive with they are beyond good and evil.
No, what he means by not really wish to do so, I think he means not suppressing, because that is part of our gods are extension of our biological imperatives, and so suppressing some of those is rejecting that which we're predisposed to commit to. Instead of trying to integrate and understand them, we suppress them, and suppression never works because then it will blow out eventually with everything. So psychology, it looks for a balancing out effect, and you can spot people who are suppressing something because normally it comes into emotion outburst because the narrative structure of the world that they present, so outward appearance of themselves, it's like cracks. It like imagine like a wall suddenly starts having more cracks and something tries to come through the cracks. And generally, people of this state, they're more emotionally volatile, and so people, those who suppress it, and it's unhealthy because it's part of us. Do not suppress that which we are, for then you will pay for it greatly again, as always.
Right. So it might be a matter of whether you think of banishing as in ignoring its existence, or banishing as in trying to get it under control.
Well, banishing is either actively suppressing, forgetting, or trying to get under control, which is one of the ways by suppressing. But that's for banishing. But you can be just simply unconscious of those actions. You could grow up with it and not be aware of that. And then, but everybody else is aware of it. So it's like it's the same effect as when you're drunk. You know, you're drunk and then you do some stupid shit. And apologies for my French, Madame and Monsieur, but in this situation, and then next morning you don't remember anything, but everybody knows what you did. Exactly the same effect with all other psychological phenomena. It is dampening of your conscious awareness of your actions. That's what it is. And well, you have to be very careful with those.
Yeah, I'll so I'm gonna share just this little chat thing. Yeah, this link to the core question because it actually goes into this in far more. But in terms of banishing, like I would never be able to banish, like an alcoholic will never be able to banish the god of alcohol from their life, but they can kind of get into control. So it's kind of like knowing that, and he goes into it actually with the gods later on in the work, where they always exist, so they're beyond space and time, spatio-temporal, he says, because he wants to use a fancy word for it. So the idea is that they're always there, beyond space and time, omnipresent. But the thing is that what we can control is their influence in our lives. So for instance, I always have this pattern of behavior that is trichotillomania. However, I can still decide whether, to an extent I succumb to it and let it possess me. So the goal instead is how do I, get back up when I fall, when I do have it, and also how do I prevent it? So it's not just like, how can I, banish it from this moment in my life because it'll probably come back because I have a relationship with that God or that force. Instead, it's how can I develop a healthy relationship with this, because the more I try and suppress it into my shadow, then I'm not actually dealing with that aspect of who I actually am.
Not really, no. No, that's...
Time to move on?
Yeah. Please continue. Move on.
Alrighty. All right, so the hierarchy so he then goes into this huge hierarchy of gods, the areas they have providence over, and also the effects that provenance has on our lives. So to quote, we should be so anthropocentric. Hold up, let me just make sure this is showing. No, it's not showing. We should not be so anthropocentric as to assume that this good will be to the benefit of the human species, let alone the benefit of you or me. Each internal archetypal idea, God, is the origin of a seer lineage line called chain, which contains all the ideas, forms, and objects that participate in that idea. Since they are manifestations or images of the archetypal ideas, Neoplatonists call them symbola and synthemata, which may be translated as token signs or symbols. So this is fascinating. I've been watching like a fantastic documentary series called Dicing with Death. It's also called Deadliest Journeys, and they follow truck drivers around the world. So there's like one episode like some country in Africa, another episode on like a country in Asia, and I think I've watched like 40 episodes now of this documentary. And a lot of times they go into like the shamanic areas and things like that, and it's just such a good documentary. Like I think all the problems that the USA faces would be solved if they watched this documentary. But you know, or at least if they studied it, would probably be a better thing. But it's kind of interesting.
The issue with that one, just a quick thing. The issue with that one is that it's never going to happen because people do not want to. It's hard and mentally taxing to see it from other person's perspective, especially from perspective of the filmmaker. So a great filmmaker makes you see it from their perspective without you making a lot of effort. And when you're suggesting that, and I totally understand, but it's like, man, it's like a pipe dream because we know people, and if you know people, it's like you can give them gold, they will not know what to do with it. That's how bad things are, you know. If only you knew how bad things really are.
Well, that's also such a great thing about this documentary. Like they go into communist countries, they go into like countries where there is no functioning government. Like that's one of the things I learned from this thing. Like a common argument against libertarianism is who will build the roads. So then like one of the things following these truck drivers across the world, half these countries don't have functioning governments, yet they still have roads. How did they build the roads? And you start realizing roads are actually predated governments. And I think that's fascinating.
Of course, it's nothing to do with governments. People don't seem to understand it. So is money. Well, trade.
So like one of the things the show taught me really is just like the contextuality of these gods and these forces. And especially like seeing the shamanic stuff, it's fascinating because in the same way, like probably me as a programmer, like invoking commands to speak the language of the computer, like I'm pretty much like I think the term's incanting or channeling logos, I guess, right? Whereas like a truck driver, you know, who's got his little rubber ducky or, you know, his little token of the god that he's wishing to, you know, channel. Rubber ducky is a bad example, but sometimes they don't actually have like they're too poor to actually find like the correct token of the god that they want to incant. So they just put something there, and then they'll be like praying to that and be like, you know, dear God, make sure the truck driving is good today.
the god of fair weather and dry roads. Right.
Yeah. So I think it's fascinating because like that bit where there's this huge lineage actually down, and then he talks then about how do we actually utilize this. So through integration and individuation. That was a typo there. This is a lifelong process that Jung termed individuation, becoming individuous, undivided. That is, individuation is a conscious attempt to bring universal program of human existence to its fullest possible expression in the life of the individual. As in the other cases as we have seen.
Just a small thing to the quote. Exempli gratia, just a small thing. Jesus. That's becoming whole, because Jung he mentioned a lot of from Christian perspective, and in that sense he meant doing as an example of that. That's why Jesus is the best example of this, because he maximized his own potential during time and space that he inhabited. Well, please continue. Just a small remark.
Yeah. As in the other cases we have seen, our existential project is to reconcile modern life with the needs of this God. We've become whole humans by consciously incarnating the God. The goal of individuation is becoming one's own self. But the self comprises infinitely more than mere ego. It is as much oneself and all other selves as the ego. Individuation does not shut one out of the world, but gathers the world to oneself. I think, as Callie mentioned, like Jesus, as Rand's fans would say, we would probably say Rourke. However, regardless of that, as this paper outlines, all of those are still constraining it to one particular capital G God. But he later goes into there's a whole hierarchy, and there's actually a God that passes all these specific monotheistic gods. And to some extent, they intersect them and integrate with them. But to another extent, what we really want is and I guess maybe that's what science tapped into, is trying to find the ultimate God that is the God for all life, not just humans, and life even in terms of Gaiistic life, such as volcanoes, the planets, the sun. So what is the gods that is actually operating for everything rather than just the Christians or the Jews or the humans? What is the God that is also operating for the cows and the sun?
Whatever orients them in their explored territory in a stable manner.
Yep.
So
individuation is only relevant for a few things, though. Only things that are subject to natural selection. Other things don't need to be stable; they just need to be.
Yes, friendly reminder: organisms move, die. Please continue. And so does our psychology, of course. Psychologically taxing on traumatic events, or they don't, and they generally commit suicide. That can happen because they cannot handle the psychological pressure. Rather than adapting, they quit on it, or they move. So there is a saying like a getaway. I'm looking for a getaway car, or taking a ticket on a plane somewhere when nobody knows you. Those are the effects of moving, but in psychological terms, not in physical and psychological. You will change your space, both abstract and material, let's say.
Well, hopefully, because at one time that could be like not really banishing, but trying to escape that God, that force in your life, right? And then sooner or later, if you haven't actually changed your relationship to that God, then that God will arise in that new location once again, and it will be probably even more traumatic.
More so, people call it fate or destiny or karma, because as a form of explaining that which recurs or happens to them consistently, and and then they try to affect it. Excuse me.
Those are complexes in the lingo of this paper.
Yes, of course. No, I'm talking from a layman's perspective. How when a person sees these things manifest themselves, and as though, well, it's destiny or karma, or they mention here in the paper, it was family curse. Family curse is one of those, and it's just people not being aware of that which happens to them consistently, and they just attribute it to something which is beyond them. Because in fact, if you don't understand something, it is beyond you, beyond your understanding. So it is out there, and things that are out there are demons, are gods, are angels. All the supernatural and metaphysical is out there, and you will attribute names to it to try to explain and integrate it into your understanding. So it's going to be there. And that is the initial process of integrating the God into your psyche. You try to explain what's out there by however you can, and then you try to integrate it within your own actions in daily life.
Because naming basically is creating a relationship.
Yes. That's why you have to name the demons. That's why, for example, when great examples. I mean, I take from Christianity because I grew up in the West, so that's gonna be my staple thing. But naming during exorcism, knowing the name of the demon is the first step in exorcising. Otherwise, because in fact that is possession. That is a possession. The demon possesses a person, and then a priest has to exorcise. But first, the demon has to be named, so you know what exactly is the problem with the person, and try to get rid of that. But the way they do it is kind of simplistic, because the complex way is the integrated understanding of that which is going on to the person. But non-integrated way is more simplistic and more vague and more spiritual, more. It is. In fact, it is a ritual. It is a ritual of exorcism, if I'm naming that
And
correctly.
you need the true name to actually control the demon, just as you need a true name to control the dragon.
Yeah. Well, not only defeating but also subjugating. Yes.
That actually explains like half the horror movie genre.
Yeah,
the
that's exactly
supernatural horror
yes,
movie
yes.
genre. Because like yeah, actually horror movies, that would be a good thing to go into, just as a little side note, maybe for
Should be in
later
Halloween
conversation.
Unexplored territory. That's just
Yeah,
unexplored
we'll
territory.
save
It's
that.
in the dark.
Save that at the end.
Unexplored
It's
territory.
that's yeah.
I'm
All
sorry
right,
for interrupting, but yeah, just a lot.
All right, so
We
the
can
next
speak a
bit,
lot.
individuation. So he then in the paper covers individuation, Jungian psychotherapy, the theurgic shamanism, dream analysis, lucid dreaming, meditation. So pretty much a how to start achieving this integration. So the aim of Jungian psychotherapy is, in terms of neurological model under discussion, to reduce the left hemisphere inhibition of the right hemisphere and to promote increased communication in both directions across the corpus callosum. This is accomplished by the transcendent function, which resides in the mutual influence of conscious and unconscious, ego and self. Thus, we can see how analytic techniques such as active imagination and ancient spiritual practices facilitate such communication, leading to greater integration of brain function. These practices compensate for the largely culturally induced dominance of the left hemisphere and a suppression of information from the right hemisphere and lower brain systems. The transcendent connection is accomplished by symbols, which bridge the conscious and unconscious, ego and archetype, or in Platonic terms, the worlds of becoming and being. Yeah. So that I think we can have a whole discussion just about that. That's pretty much politics 101.
Yes,
so we'll save that for later.
But more so,
right.
it ties into realization of potential, because you integrate what you do. You are conscious of full spectrum of your brain activity, from limbic system and from reptilian brain up to the higher of forecasting. But you are aware of all of them, and that is integration, in fact, of the self. That is the process. So you're aware of the neural relationships within your own spine and the brain, and that is realizing your full potential, because once you're aware, you can control it to a higher degree, and it is easier for you to manipulate reality. Now, please continue.
Yeah, I think you just summarized the next part, but it is from meditation, soul loss, to intellectual philosophy. So this is what he covers next in the paper. From meditation, soul loss, to intellectual philosopher, becoming pure as an individual, to practical philosopher, identifying complexes to individuate, to transcendent philosopher, leveraging complexes in meditation, to divine philosopher, the embodiment of gods. The guiding principle is like knows like, and therefore the philosopher must first become more like the soul, then more like the nous, and finally more like the one. Since the one is the principle of unity, by this process the philosopher becomes whole and indivisible, that is, individuated. The contemplative ascent begins with a three-stage withdrawal from contradictory impressions and judgments deriving from the world of becoming. First, the philosopher flees the sensations, which are bound to the body. Hold on, I need to mute someone. I hear like clicking.
Oh, I think that's me.
All right. Whoever it is, mute yourself. All right. The contemplative ascent begins with a three-stage withdrawal from contradictory impressions and judgments deriving from the world of becoming. First, the philosopher flees the sensations, which are bound to the body and confuse the mind. Then he eliminates imaginations, which are divided and have forms derived from sensation. Finally, he ceases thinking in terms of judgments, which cloud the intuitive knowledge of nous.
It just knows. You can read it
with
knows,
contradictory ideas. Psychologically, the goal here is to still mental activity. The philosopher's attention is withdrawn from sensation. He ceases from wandering in his imagination, and he quiets the inner dialogue of judgment. Therefore,
yeah,
the
like
last
to
stage
suggest that to a creative person.
Yeah. Therefore, the last stage of the spiritual progress to individuation is accomplished by the means of the spiritual practices of theology, by means of which the philosopher comes to know the gods through union with the gods, and thereby may live the life of the gods. By this means, we become God-inspired, fleeing all plurality and reverencing our own unity, and we become one and act as unity. This is individuation. And he now talks about the use of symbols and collective integration. Our goal then is to understand how symbols can be used as a way to contact the collective unconscious, the realm of archetypal ideas, the divine realm. The soul of the theologist may be energized in time and space by the appropriate symbols. Successful healing dreams were recorded on votive tablets that were displayed for all to see, as modern dreams may be published in the analytical literature. In psychological terms, the theologist engages in a conversation with an archetypal personality or complex in order to become consciously aware of its nature, needs, and inclinations. Conscious integration and accommodation of this unconscious content decreases the chance that it will result in unintentional and undesirable possession or projection. More positively, such complexes, especially in the shadow complex, may be sources of untapped energy and inspiration, which may be recruited to advance spiritual progress, especially psychic individuation. Similarly, theologists may use sustasis as a means of recruiting a demon as a paradros, familiar spirit or assistance, who can aid in the theurgical operations, including the theurgic accent. See the next chapter, I guess. Psychologically, a complex is used to facilitate individuation. So that's the summary of the paper. Fantastic. Sorry that took so long to go through. Next time, I think I'll just mute everybody and just power through it, and then we can do all our discussions at the end.
No, but then people will just they'll just disengage. You're loading them with information. There will be overload. They'll just tune out. It's like the boring lecture. We should, on the contrary, we should discuss a little.
Well, they're also listening to it at 2 times speed, hopefully, and so turning something that was like 15 minutes into like 15 minutes just power through, and then the discussion at the end to actually explain it. That could be good, because the goal is hopefully they are inclined to read it. But anyway, we've now got our speculations about what it is. So Triggev, do you want to dive into mine, or do you want to dive in yours, or shall I dive in mine?
Before we do any of those things, I would like to make a point about the last section that you went over. So I don't accept the whole idea of becoming more like the one as a fundamentally being individuated. I think you get everything you need out of that process simply by paying attention to the parts that don't fit, and acknowledging them and dealing with them as they come. I don't see a need for any kind of platonic the one. As I'll get more into that later, but I object to that point.
Well, you better do, because that's some quite outrageous claims right there.
Well, but that's also like God tier, right? Like that's like, because he goes through 3 tiers, and through his explanations, I was just like, okay, 5 years ago, I would definitely be like the first tier out of the 5 he outlined, I guess. And then like maybe only this year, and then I kind of discovered, I started challenging everything about my life and actually being like, hey, I've got a mind. I think I should learn how to use it. That would probably be a good step in actually being a mature person, right? So then I spent like several years actually questioning everything that I took for granted, like just that was imprinted into me, and I just challenged everything and actually found out what was true. And then after that, I was just like, okay, but now that I know what's true, how do I actually know what's good? And that then led me to philosophy, and then eventually to Peterson and whatnot. And then even after that, then I was like, okay, but how do I actually integrate that into my own life? So it's all these different stages that he talked about. And I think now I'm probably at the stage where it's like, okay, I have a good relationship with the gods that I'm aware of. I can interact with them well. I'm not particularly that possessed by them. Maybe hubris, I still get possessed by quite a bit, because I can be arrogant and stubborn. But for like all of us, but
is the first step.
Yeah, but it's also hard because a lot of the time,
the
hardest question of life is always in the category of when to quit or should you persevere. Should you persevere or should you quit? And that applies to life. Should you persevere with life or should you kill yourself? So
only
it's
things
always the
that
same
are
question.
meaningful, I guess. You don't fight the dragons that you shouldn't fight, remember.
Yeah, but then again, there's a lot of time perseverance is, like it's always like personal development is generally categorized in this false idol of always persevere. And for a lot of time, that's actually terribly bad advice, because a lot of time pivoting is a way better idea than persevering with a bad idea. So that's where like a lot of the revision, or like the Egyptian myth of the Eye of Horus comes into play, which is you have to be able to reinvigorate and reinvent yourself with better information. That's Rand's
Talking
check
about
premises.
the Eye of Horus and the Egyptian myth, there's a movie which came in 2017, I think. It's called Gods of Egypt. Now, great CGI, but it got trashed for the storyline, and I was completely like not lambasted. I was perplexed. I was a bit disappointed because the message of the story, because the screenwriters did a good summary of the Egyptian pantheon and the process of individuation, because that's what it was. So the whole story and the movies and the storyline in the movie, that which the main character does in the movie, is nothing but the process of individuation through the lens of Egyptian pantheon. And it just went through, and it's like it has like bad rating on Rotten Tomatoes and whatnot. It's excellent. It's excellent movie. It's excellent movie. Okay, it's not good. It's excellent. People don't realize that. It's like I felt at some point I will have to make a video just to explain, like for example, Jordan did for what was that? A Lion King, for example. I was like, or the Pinocchio. I'm gonna do exactly the same thing for Egyptian King. Explain scene by scene why is it meaningful? Because I've seen so many critic reviews, especially on YouTube. The guys who Phil Mento, I think that's his name. He made a review on that, and he called it horrible. I was like, dude, you just don't know what the hell you're talking about. Like, read more. Roughly speaking.
Man, reading critic reviews, even like most of the movies I've read, like 10 out of 10, I think are like do so poorly. Like all my favorite movies, I think, are movies that do like so poorly. Like even for the Matrixes, like the Matrix 3 is by far the best one, and everyone hates that one. And I'm like, man, that one really brought it home. Like
it's
the ones that actually like.
It's too abstract. Some movies are too abstract, I think. And while they have packed action, and so there is a main plot and there is meta plot or context, right? And people, and if context is too complex or they don't have any foreground knowledge to that context, you just go over their head and they'll just take the story as it is. A simple example would be like any movies which are underrated movies, like from the 90s. There was this movie called The Last Superhero. I think it's called The Last Superhero with Arnold Schwarzenegger. And the movie is satire on action movies of the 80s and 90s, all right? But it is in a serious tone, but it's still a satire. And the thing is that it bombed in cinemas because people thought it's going to be a real serious action movie. Because the message of the marketing department was bad, and so they didn't get it. It was just nothing but pure satire. The movie is hilarious. It's excellent movie. And people just don't get it and becomes underrated.
I kind of feel though we're just what's the word, like socially masturbating right now, rather than actually delivering value to the listeners. So, no one needs to hear us agreeing with each other.
Expound if we'd like. We can expound on this further.
To Trigger's point, am I pronouncing that correctly? Because before the show you said just say NTT.
You could just call me Entity if you think that's easier.
All right, Trigve. All right. Call me out. Like if I pronounce it wrong, just say that's incorrect, because otherwise I won't fix that that problem. So yeah, as Trigve said earlier, in regards to the thing, I think it's more like that's Godtian. I think Buddha and Jesus were like, and the Muslims would say Muhammad are the only, and Moses. No, actually Moses was an imperfect one. He was just chosen. So you have Jesus and Buddha would be the only ones in the history of humanity who reach that God tier. so I think that God here is very far beyond what we can hope for. But at the same extent, I think in the book he did talk about it a little bit differently, where he said, there's even the tier where we should be interacting with lower G gods, like actually allowing them to possess through us and ignoring the side quest gods. So we should be able to incant. So like incanting the muse is one that is great for creativity. But then on the other side, the incantation of the capital G God, possession of the capital G God, it seems like that's only Jesus and Buddha. But there's still that particular religion's capital G God, not the universal one that is talking as like the ultimate tier, because that seems to be what we achieve when we're dead.
To try to bring this to a more concrete point here, I guess the reason I object to that this whole premise of this last part of the paper is that I don't accept the equivocation of the one and the self in Jungian.
Okay.
So the Neoplatonic one is basically the sum of everything that knows everyone, that is everyone, a totality.
Well,
absolutely, everything.
But did you pretty much reject the whole central foundation of this paper then?
Like I said, I think it goes too far. That's what I said when I brought it up.
Okay, cool.
Are you sure? Are we sure we're talking about totality? As in, I mean, let's not confuse unity, totality, singularity, and infinity, because that can be problematic. Because totality is everything.
You can be individuated as a self. You can be individuated as a self without being like the one, which is, as far as I'm concerned, probably not more than abstraction. As I go into in my points below the text here. But I think this article has a lot of valuable contributions. I just think it goes too far.
All right. Well, then that's actually where we disagree. I actually really support this. I think it's fantastic because it just seems to actually communicate so much that I've actually like what it communicates is very much how I'm actually seeing the world now, or have grown to see the world. And like even through Peterson or like all the philosophy I've kind of studied since like, my quest to actually properly think since 2015 or 2014 has kind of been reinforced by what this paper has outlined. Like, I gave the example of the trichotillomania thing, like, that can be possession. Or even just in terms of politics, like I see people becoming possessed by, these gods that are influencing them. And to some extent, what they need to do is they need to avoid the god of hubris and actually start engaging with these other people. In terms of the one thing, which
not avoid hubris, they have to integrate hubris. Yeah. There's a very different. Right. There's a subtle difference. If you avoid that suppression and putting it into unconscious, you want to integrate. So you have to be aware of the hubris, and then they have to understand that they can commit such actions. Otherwise they're naive when they don't do it.
Right. And yeah, so thanks for that. Because that's more true to what I was intending. But yeah, for the self in the thing, like I kind of like even back before I actually engaged with the philosophy, like in 2012 or so, like often in times in my life where I've, as an entrepreneur, several times where I've been like, a lot of the projects I've engaged with, I've been like, this is a calling, and I felt called to do it. And I've been an atheist since I was born. Like I've had no religiosity in my life, any inclination towards that. I've always viewed any type of collectivism with a abundance of skepticism. But what I've seen is like at times when, some ideas just completely align and you're like, man, that makes a lot of sense. The world needs this. I'm kind of feel called to bring that into action, or at other times. So like, and we read a book for Beverly. We didn't do a live stream on it, but it was like, The War of Art. Not The Art of War. It was a play on that title, but the War of Art. And it was like an author, or I can't remember the guy's profession, but the whole thing was pretty much how to incant the muse. And he was just like just fuck it, get your work done, incant the muse, get it done. like a very like masculine, like warring, like, you know, how to actually be a creative as like a Spartan kind of thing, for like the visionary to come to mind. And then that actually made me
So you want a
realize, like,
person
hey,
to
when I'm
be
actually
high creative. So I'm sorry, but for those who are unaware, what you mean by that is that you want people that evokes the desire for person not only to be highly creative, but only highly conscientious person. So you not only think about things, or you do not create them in your head, but you manifest them into the world through the means of action. And so those two things, high openness and high conscientiousness, which would be a rare breed to happen, have to manifest at the same time for you to actually. Example would be somebody highly creative, highly productive, any entrepreneur on the upper level of success, basically.
Yeah. Well, even for that, like I did, I had a major personality shift because of trauma that I went through, and I had to change a lot of my personality to overcome the deficiencies in my previous operation. And I think I've probably done that at least 3 times in my life, significantly changed who I was. But the yeah, the most recent time was like 2000 and between 2013 and 2016 was when that change kind of unraveled. But through that, when I did my personality test, now the big 5, I still don't score high on conscientiousness. I'm like 60% or so. However, I don't think philosophers generally do. Because I think because
no, they
people
don't.
who are like 100% conscientious, they're just like, they're too busy to actually like
To
stop
think.
and then like question the most fundamental axioms.
Exactly.
Like
limited time,
you need,
and so you partition it.
Yeah,
And
so you need like, yep.
We might therefore want to make the distinction between being conscientious and orderly, as you might think is related to that because it's one of the subcomponents, and being a
Yes, of course.
systemizing thinker. Because it's a very different thing, it seems, to order your thoughts and to order the world, or to care about ordering the world.
Right.
Which is
Yeah,
interesting
so
because those two are
right.
conceptually very similar, but it seems to be distinct because, well, I know for a fact that autists tend to be very concerned with being systematic in their thinking, and I also know for a fact that autists can be rather messy. For example, if you see my room.
Yeah. Or they can be like obsessively clean.
Clean your room. Clean your room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which speaks to the point, right? That those things aren't related, at least not directly.
Yeah. Well, I mean it like in terms of, let's say like Elon Musk. I think he would be like, because I met like I got one of my friends to do the Big 5, the Understand Myself Peterson's Big 5 test. And for those who don't know how the Big 5 works, it compares you against the other people who did that test, that exact test. So it's like it builds a database of results and then it compares you to that. And my friend got the most disagreeable person on understandmyself.com.
I also have a friend who got that.
Yeah. So it's he yeah, but if you see him in real life, like he definitely fits the bill for that. But for in terms of like conscientiousness, like I think Elon Musk would probably be the most conscientious person on the planet. Like he's like an absolute machine in terms of his work life, like interviews about how he operates, things like that. Like you wouldn't, but he's also probably highly intelligent, like one of the most intelligent people on the planet, and also
well, I would argue
but
there.
I think in terms of conscientiousness, that works really well.
I know what you think, but I think I'd argue there because there is just more people. They're just not public in terms of that. Because I know people who are hyper productive, very conscientious, and they. I mean, nobody knows about those people. It's just sometimes they can be introverts as well. I mean, Elon is hella introvert, for example. He might not think he is, but he's hella introvert. And I mean, the way he thinks, like if you saw one of the Joe Rogan podcasts, you would know what I'm talking about. Like he's.
Well, my point.
Yes.
Yeah, I think the larger point though is that people generally high conscientiousness, they feel guilty when they're not working. And
yes, of course.
that's not
Yes.
something
Nothing
that
being done.
is typical of philosophers. Philosophers seem to be a good middle ground. But now definitely there's different types of philosophers, like John Buck, one of the hosts of Beverly as well, alongside myself. He's definitely cares a lot more about a certain theoretical philosophy than I do. And maybe that's high orderly on his behalf. I don't know.
Systematic
But
thinker.
yeah, yeah. And but at the same time, I think everyone here is probably a systematic thinker to an extent, but there's a certain difference there, which it's like, at least for me, I'm still grounded in entrepreneurship, like trying to get stuff done. But I think, yeah, anyway, the actual overall theme of what I was trying to respond to was the idea of the self. So I had all this experience in my life that kind of just views the self as this playground for complexes and for gods to possess, and then also to some extent my own soul, right? There's all these competing forces in there, and to some extent the best I can try and do is that make sure that my soul integrates with the complexes and dismantles them so they become simpler. And so I can achieve a more or pure relationship with the gods that are actually true forces in the world, rather than just my projections onto the world that are probably false. And if I don't do that, then my soul just gets absolutely destroyed and obliterated by my false conceptions of how to operate in the world.
Technically, you're going to hell, personal hell. For those who wonder, that's hell. That's the darkness. It's that which is not illuminated by the fireplace. And there is how do you call it? There are spirit animals and demons of the bush are out there, and you don't want to venture there. You just want to stick to the light.
Right. So one of the things he talks about with meditation, and there was a quote that I think I included in the notes. Thus, natural state, Sugo, learning to what a persona
meditation.
is, no Christian God. Yeah. So one of the things. Yeah. So one of the things around that is, I think I don't have a specific note. I haven't included in the agenda document, but when I use the PDF, is that. He gave certain rituals of incanting these gods or forces in one's life, and for me, you like say, what's he called? Thingamabobby, 4-hour workweek guy, Timothy Ferris. He's also someone else who would be exceptionally conscientious to an extent. Like he documents meticulously every single like minute of his life, something like that. Like it's unbelievable. And but for him, like because he's become incredibly successful, he has this whole like ritual that he's done in his morning to kind of incant the muse into his work. But at the same time, he wrote this book called Tools of Titans, which is like the rituals of the most successful people, and they all go into different things, and some people don't have any rituals, some do, but at least for me, one of the things that I found, at least the closest I can get to meditation when I'm not, say, hitchhiking, because that forces you into a state where thinking doesn't really do you that good, because all you can do is have patience in a busy city life, is running. When I go running, I kind of tap into the ether, and thoughts come to me about solutions to what I'm facing in the day, where I can just observe them flow. And I know from the Sam Harris perspective that these aren't particularly, it's as if my thought is only a pool of which these things ripple through, and rather than there actually being of any conscious effort. Now, obviously, that's my subconscious ticking away and it's doing its job and forming the connections for me while I'm allowing it to do. But I think in terms of the ritual, where he talks into the neuropsychology part of it, or the neurotheology, I think he talks about in meditation the role that certain parts of the brain and the nervous system have at elicitating certain parts of meditation. I think running is one of these things that neutralizes someone's nervous system or gets it flowing in a way that they can encounter this meditative experience. And drumming is a little bit different, because drumming, there is like a conscious flow outward, like you're still kind of acting. It's not like you're allowing, or to actually, when you're drumming in a drum circle, is actually different, because you then have to completely sacrifice yourself for the rhythm of the tribe or the group, and you have
Yes,
to
you're achieving
completely integrate.
unity. Yes, yes.
Right.
That
Whereas
that
if
is
you're
the
drumming by
trance state.
yourself, it's completely different.
Yes, yes. Talk about this. Is that the trance state that you achieve during group sessions of whatever it is different from individual session, of course, because there your unconscious is, or your consciousness is not projected, but it gives way to the collective unconscious at this moment. And so
That's called rhythmic entrainment.
of course, you tune and you feel unity and you feel connectedness. Yes, you maximize your in-group preference in that moment, of course. But at the same time, you sacrifice your. I mean, it is it's just a different state of mind and it's good for the perspective, so you understand how those things work, of course. But
So
talking to
Trigger,
this,
what was it called?
In the psychological context, it's called rhythmic entrainment. That's a psychology of music, and it's a process that people enter into involuntarily when there's rhythm nearby, and it's hypothesized to be related to the development of culture through providing a shared sense of intentionality, thereby building trust.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. You trust something which is more similar to you, of course. That's why repeating name of a person when you're talking to them makes them more open towards you. Even if there's like stranger, you just find their name and you say their name as much as possible without appearing weird. No, not kidding. Or just repeating their motions. Repeating their motions, like when they talk to you and their body gesticulation, their body movements. If you repeat that, so mirroring, those are things that's what it ties into, is doing that, is to create a sense of belonging and bonding and connectivity, so they trust you more and, well, do what you want them to do after all, or at least not hurt you, which is, well, one of the things you want them to do, of course. But to the point of religion, for example,
I want to bring this back to
yes?
the one and the self to try to properly make a point there. So
Yes.
both these, in the private chat, I've cited Wikipedia for both of them. So the self signifies the unification of consciousness and consciousness in a person and representing the psyche as a whole. So you might say the self is a conceptual symbol or something that people use to talk about the totality of their being. Whereas the one refers to something much bigger that is extended beyond people. And sure, Jung extended self as well, but I think that extension of the self is debatable. So the one is what this author suggests you're trying to approach with meditation, and it is the first principle of reality, an utterly simple, ineffable, unknowable subsistence, which is both the creative source of the universe and the teleological end of all existing things. It is also referred to as the creative principle of all things. So that is a far broader category, and if you're going to try to encompass that in your psyche, then you get into that kind of meditative Zen state that you're talking about, right? So that is very different from integrating you. That is trying to emulate the totality of the universe, which is not the same as you. I understand relating them because, of course, as far as we are individuals, our self is the means through which we come to understand and relate to the entirety of the universe. We don't get around that. So I understand that relation, but I don't think it provides the grounds to say that we should try to do that in order to understand the totality of ourselves.
So Sam Harris, I think it was in his book Waking Up, he talks one of the, or maybe it's the other one, The Moral Landscape, but one of the meditative practices Harris talks to, which is one of the later ones, is called the Godhead. And he's got like a whole thing about it, but essentially the point of it is I think what maybe the author of the paper is trying to get at, Bruce, as well as maybe Sam here, is in terms of the the God, like let's say when I'm doing the running thing, that's only a lowercase g God influencing me. Same when I'm working or, you know, making love or whatever it is in my life, or getting stressed out or anxious, or, you know, all these different things, right? Or deciding what to do, and there's two gods battling itself out in me. And to some extent, the more aware I get and meditative I get, I can, you know, do that. But I think, you know, let's say Jesus and Buddha had very different approaches to it, right? Like Jesus was a guy who acted a lot, when the Buddha was a guy who just sat a lot. You know, obviously that's
I think they're
a crude explanation.
axioms,
But
let's say,
my
different.
But my point here is, I think, again, it's like that God level tier, this thing that is probably ultimately unattainable, but we can kind of strive towards it. But I think maybe the intention, at least you know, when I read it, the intention I kind of got is you want to see yourself as, you know, if you were to then integrate the one God, that duality type thing, being and nothingness or whatever it is, then it's also seeing yourself then as the playground of all the other gods, and kind of being acceptable of that. And when you do that, you get that Neil deGrasse Tyson, like, I'm big because I'm part of the universe. So I think that's kind of the orientation or the goal towards it, is that peace or that surrender, or the Christian term grace, that one gets by kind of achieving that integration with God. Now, you know, even the Christians, they talk about grace and surrender a lot, or worship. Worship is the goal of worship is to incite grace within yourself.
It's the same as state of Zen. In Zen Buddhism, but which is a mix like of Taoism and Buddhism. Yeah, sure, continue.
For us, it's only like a temporary thing, and you know, maybe for the Buddha, he achieved it permanently. But the goal for the mere mortals, you know, provide, you know, that you're not a divine entity like the Buddha or Jesus, is that it is. I don't know enough about Christianity to know that the Jesus inference is correct there, but we could say probably for the Buddha, is that unlike them, we're just mere mortals, and for us, it's only a hope that we can kind of momentarily have that, and that having of it frees us from everything worldly that concerns us, aligns us with something divine, allows us to see the world pure. In terms of the people who take ayahuasca and see the shamans, they very much report this, or people who take an exorbitant amount of LSD like Sam Harris, they report these states of being in which everything became clear very temporarily, and then once that it goes away, that moment still persists with them, but it's only a moment because they're immortal. But that moment shapes everything going forward in their life. Like that's the moment that cures post-traumatic stress disorder, because they start realizing they are far larger than these mortal concerns that are plaguing them.
Yes, adding that is the effect of psychedelics and conscious expansion. Is that what happens? That's why it gives you one standard deviation in extroversion dimension just from one trip on psychedelics. That's a lot of an extroversion, especially for an introvert. Okay, and the idea here is that conceptual, especially if you're people with high intelligence will have a very different experience on psychedelics than people with lower intelligence as well, because they can process things, more complex things, or processing the unknown, or the creative artists. That's why a lot of artists take psychedelics, because they know how to deal with the unknown and unexplored territory, and so they're more predisposed to handle it better than person who is highly conscientious, because psychedelics they destroy the limits of your conceptual narrative. The maps of meaning are no longer maps. It's just carte blanche, you know, and then everything is mixed, and it's Jackson Pollock. And for some people, tripping and seeing Jackson Pollock, I mean, conceptually, is something they cannot handle. And for that, you need to have high creativity to be able to adapt instantly to ever-changing environment, including the abstract environment. And so that when that instant of tripping, for example, ends, of that shamanic experience, spiritual experiences, when they end, people, that was the temporary expansion of their cognition, and then it stopped, because it's what it was is more signals are sent, and there is research, ample research on that, is that the volume of signals between different areas of brain, even the areas of brain which don't talk with one another very often, is tremendous. And so it's basically IQ pill. I call it because psychedelics temporarily give you higher fluid intelligence, and if you're not predisposed to that, especially if you have low openness, you will most likely have bad trip. And of course, if you're not very conscious of yourself and of things that are in your subconscious, of course, or unconscious. Let's use Jungian terms, in unconscious. And then they emerge, and it's something you're not ready to face. It can traumatize you. And there are people who suffer from, and there are people who kill themselves after the psychedelic trips, because they find out that they are not only this person, but all other things that they've never were conscious about, and they cannot handle that, and so they quit on it rather than adapting, or they end in some psych ward, or they have psychotic breakdown, or they have mental or any other breakdown that they have. That can also happen. So it's not for everybody, of course, and so generally why I'm okay with it not being readily available for general public, because it's not toys. It's not for fun. Like when people do psychedelics on parties or raves, I'm like, no, like, why? Like, no, you don't do that. But it's the conceptualizations, the expansion, the temporary expansion of your cognition is so tremendous that it shifts your character to a high degree, especially over a few months as you mull over that experience and the insights that you have. And of course, this wisdom is unearned wisdom. And unearned wisdom, beware of unearned wisdom. Because if you cannot handle it, you will pay for it. Pay for it by your mental stability and physical prowess, if not by inability to live in the world after that whatsoever, such as people who are traumatized. But by this sense, we can call something else a spiritual experience. For example, you're a soldier and you conscript for your nation, and you go and a 12-year-old kid pulls an AK-47 on you, okay, and you shoot the kid. And you get traumatized. That is also spiritual experiences, because it expands your cognition, but because it happens so fast that you suppress it, you don't let it. It's basically bad trip. Trauma is bad. Bad trip is trauma, and trauma is bad tripping without the tripping part on psychedelics. It's like 10% in terms of intensity, in terms of complexity, let's say. And so what happens is that when you're traumatized, in this regard, you suppress it generally, and then the fact of suppression emerges in a different way, and generally emerges in post-traumatic stress disorder, because you cannot integrate that which occurred to you into your thinking, and that's what bad trip does. And if you can integrate bad trip into your narrative of the world, it has better curative effects than a good trip, because the good trip is a trip within explored territory, but a bad trip is unexplored territory of your psyche during the psychedelic experience, the spiritual experience, which is somehow significant, but you don't know how to explain it. If you know how to explain it, it's a good trip, it's a good spiritual experience. If you don't know how to explain it, demons are chasing me, so superstitions try to explain all of those experiences in simplistic manner, in the way we know how. We're trying to name those things to integrate it into understanding. And so that is what that is what they do. The spiritual experiences, that's what they are, and we try to replicate them sometimes in groups, because in groups we feel more safe. So we dance around the fireplace with drums together. I will give up my consciousness for collective unconscious for a short while, so that I can feel spiritual experience. But if it's something really terrifying, I'm not alone, I'm with everybody else. And that is, it's like more, it's a group therapy. Basically, dancing around fire is a group therapy. Because, if something goes really wrong, you have everybody else with whom it can go also really wrong, and who can help you out. They can tune you back into the state of being with others, belonging to the. There it is. Oh my God, of course. So the structure, the dancing, the shape of the dancing, the process of the dancing is the structure, and that is like a ship within the ocean of unknown. Let's put it this way. So what happens is that you fall off the ship, which is you stop. You for example, in your thinking, you have a trance state. state, and you're like whatever is going on in your head, and you start deviating in your thoughts, and it becomes something too unbearable. Others, seeing that you're falling off the structure of the dance, like, oh, this guy is not dancing, or something is wrong with him because he's not like everybody else in this moment, so he's wandering off in his trance. Let's pull him back in, especially if it's unbearable, because and that is the purpose of a good shaman. He knows by seeing, okay, that person is away, so he's not doing the dance like the rest of us, but he's doing okay, so I'm gonna let him do it, it's okay. But if the person isn't, you can pull them back in and make them a little bit more conscious of the structure in which they began the experience, which is of the dance and the music, and so they get back in tune, and to have an order. It's temporary order, because rituals are temporary orders in time and space, right? A dance, same, temporary orders. And what happens is that this temporary order allows you to navigate unexplored territory, psychic unexplored territory better. So in African tribes, you have people who drink some I don't know, some herbs and whatnot, also hallucinogenic, and then they have group experiences rather than solo experiences. The solo experiences are for the shamans. The shaman trips on their own, because shaman can handle dealing with unexplored territory on their own. The same with pathfinders, scouts. It's the same perception. It's like physical exploration. You can deal with the stresses, and you're highly adaptable to that which come. You're not going to run away, nor you're going to kill yourself. You're going to adapt to the environment, be it physical or psychological. For psychological, it's shamanism. It's priests, or they're supposed to be. It's scientists. Anybody who deals with unexplored territory and does not freak out when they find something which does not fit their view of the world. Like in social sciences, you find which you did not want to find, and you don't quit because you found something which you don't like, because it deviates from your ideological rigidity. But in physical, it can be pathfinders, scouts, intelligence agents, you name it, anybody who deals with unexplored territory. So and of course we have rituals that create ordered perception within the, and so that we have, there is protocols we have to follow, in case you don't know, when shit hits the fan, the military has the protocols. It doesn't matter how bad things are, it's unexplored territory. No matter what, when we're in explored territory, we cannot deal with it, there are protocols, and so we default back on the structure. And the protocol is the same as a dance in a tribal somewhere in Timbuktu, around the fireplace. It's exactly the same thing. It's their protocol. If shit hits the fan, follow the protocol, and the protocol is going back to the dancing exactly like the same people, exactly like everybody else in your tribe, and feeling the rhythm at the same moment as they do. That's
same thing you do when you improvise.
Exactly the same thing. Yeah. Music, rhythm music is rhythmic structure, temporal rhythmic structure, auditory, of course.
I was talking about improvisation. It's what you do then. You use basic structures that you have developed. This is more individual because, of course, it's improvisation. You can't exactly plan it, but you use the structures that you have developed for improvisation, and then you want to explore a little. So you try something you haven't done before. If it works out, then you keep going. If it doesn't, you retreat to the structures you already have.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, any form of rituals, any form of repeated behavior, these are finite games. Okay, let's put it like this. In fact, there is a good book that I suggest, written by James Carse. He wrote it back in the 80s, called Finite and Infinite Games. Obligatory must read for those who can bear. But explanation, he tried to explain, well, from, he's professor of history and political science, I think, from University of New York, I guess. I don't remember now. And so the book is basically, we have one infinite game, and then we have plenty of finite games. And the infinite game is the unexplored territory, okay? It is always shifting, always changing, and people with high creativity are the ones who are best at adapting towards it. They generally people who have trickster archetype, because they play with the boundaries rather than following the rules. And so you have the infinite players and you have players, and so finite games are the finite structures, are the rituals, are the, you wake up, you brush your teeth, you put on clothes, you brush your teeth, you close the door, you check the phone, you start eating. That's your ritual. That's a finite game that you repeat over and over again, and that creates order. That is order in the world of of course, of infinite game, which is a chaos, and there is the only one infinite game. But finite games are immense, from football game to hockey to playing truth or dare. Those are all finite games. To opening a bottle, to smacking somebody on the face because you don't like them and you're very physical. All of those things are finite games, but they're explored territory. Their finite games are explored territory. And then you have people who can deal well with finite. Yes.
I would like to finish making the point I was making before you went on that long tirade about the things that most people are probably pretty familiar with already. So the conceptual error committed in equating the self and the one, as I think this paper does, I wrote this out in the private chat, so I'm basically just reading it, is treating the creative principle of human existence as though it was representative of reality as such instead of the world we interact with. Conceptualized on a human level, the creative principle is what maps of meaning is all about, voluntary encounter with the unknown. While it is fair to argue that this creative principle gives rise to being, as Peterson and Harris agreed on the term, as the totality of our shared and individual experience and understanding of the world, it is something else entirely to argue that it gave rise to the unknown before experience, that is, to the world before being. And that is where I object to this Neoplatonic view, as expressed in the paper. Meditation doesn't really lead to that voluntary exploration. It might a byproduct might be it, but it's not the same thing.
I see what you mean. So I see what you mean. So you're saying so you're saying so what you're saying is the creative push is an attempt at discovering or explaining the unexplored territory, unknown, that which we do not have grasp on, and that is not the base for the world structure, but a byproduct of the world structure, which is
the creative principle creates the world we deal with out of the world we haven't dealt with.
But it's not exactly the world which we can interact with.
Yeah. So as long as you put in psychological terms, it's fine. The moment it proceeds beyond them, I think it gets a little.
Oh, that's what you mean. But the issue here is that everything we interact with is seen through our psychological lens. So I mean, I get it. There is a thing beyond our psychology, but because if we cannot, we will still perceive it with our psychology. So you can. I think I see what you mean. I think you mean like this is more of a lens rather than that which is true. And that's what you mean. Is that what you mean? That it is a psychological lens through which we see the reality, but it's not the reality of things being. Is that what you mean?
I think if you just accept the Neoplatonic terms here, I think it's better thought of as a parallel to Jungian psychology that is only concerned with psychology and not concerned with reality beyond psychology, than as a theory of what the universe is, an ontology, let's say.
We have a little bit of a selfish view on that, because as humans we view things through our psychology, right? So I get it, but the things outside of our psychology, so okay, I get it. Right, of course. I don't know. Are you sure they didn't maybe the person didn't need to specify or didn't see the reason for specifying it that way, but I get what you mean. Okay. Maybe.
The reason I think this is because of, among other things, the discussion of archetypal numbers and their value. When bring it up first, the article suggests that they are basically gods, but when discussed in the appendix, it discusses them as qualitative aspects of the numbers that we intuit, that have evolved.
Okay.
And that certainly brings it from the general view that would be Platonic to the psychological view that would be evolutionary psychology view that it's evolved.
I'm not sure I follow exactly what the objection is, because I'm not as smart with all this terminology as it seems you guys are. But so maybe for the layman myself, right? I think the way that talking about it is similar to the last paper where I mentioned the key learning for myself was that the bit about subjectivity, which is that everything's kind of like a subjective experience to an extent. I can't exactly remember what I said last week. I should go back and listen to it, what the learning is. But I felt it kind of built off from that. If the argument is that in terms of the world before being, is that seems more like what the Christians kind of portray in terms of that there is God and he made the world and then he made humans or whatnot, right? And in which
You can say
case,
that
I
the
don't
waters that he was on the face of, that there were darkness
okay,
on the face of in the English text.
right? So I don't think there was. I mean, in the book, the only claims I think it's kind of making about objective reality is that there is a universe, and that universe is kind of the capital G God, and then we need to orientate ourselves towards its laws, and its laws we comprehend as lower G gods, in which case we form a personal relationship with as complexes. And our hope is to get towards the truest expressions of those laws, which is the lowercase G God, which is to devoid, which is to
To
make our
live them out.
complexes pure, make that relationship pure. And I don't think in terms of statements about there is a God that created the universe, or I think it kind of goes from a pantheistic perspective, which is that the God in the universe.
The reason I object is
I would
because
say
of this discussion of meditation and the contemplative ascent leading to becoming more like the one.
okay.
That's what gets me to this objection.
Pantheism was more of a micro. So we begin from down up. It's like grassroots understanding of that which we do. That's why pantheon or polytheistic religions appeared before. I think polytheistic appeared before. Of course, there are more primitive, very ancient, like tribal, simple monotheisms, like shamanism. Like it was. Well, it was
animism.
it wasn't very differentiated. Excuse me?
Animism, not about any one god,
Yes,
but
animalism,
about number of spirits.
of course.
Less.
So we begin
gave rise to gods.
exactly. We begin to give significance to animals. So this animal is animal of rage, and this animal is
not
animal
animals,
of love.
to spirits.
As well, no, but animals possess the spirits; they embody them because we want. It is an attempt, but it's an attempt to name that which we want to understand. It's not only giving it name, but also giving it visual appearance, and that's why we relate it to. We still have cultures in simple cultures in Africa where they attribute to the where they attribute to animals, they attribute a certain spirit to an animal, and it is an attempt to name an animal not in textual form but also in visual form. Okay, so they can. That is why we want to represent it visually and textually, so graphically as well. It's in many ways a sound. That's why we say heavenly music, because it is a music that evokes similar form of thinking and feeling as observing religious paintings or reading religious scriptures. That's why we call that heavenly music, for example.
And what you said about animals there is not at the same level as what you see in the reflexes we have in response to seeing snakes.
Okay, no, but I say it's that religions built from ground up, is that we began from the things which were around us, the simpler one, and then it became more complex, and it culminated in the unity, which is the meta God, which is God of all gods, is the one that has everything in it. You know, it's the universe, and I think in this way, Taoism or Buddhists, Taoists or Buddhists, they went a step further, or canonization of Christian philosophy simplified the similarities because they're very similar in concepts.
I think Christianity does
the
it better.
Understanding of God, that the God is. Yes?
I think Christianity did it better, and the reason for that is actually because it is more attentive to the fact that a significant portion of what impacts human survivability, that is what impacts what selects, that is the category that might as well be equivalent to the all-powerful God. A significant portion of that
I
category
would
for
disagree
humans
with
is
that.
other humans. And humans
Okay.
change how they think about agriculture. So a significant portion of it is actually very human-like. And you don't get that in Taoism, for example.
No, yes, but Taoism is something else, which is,
Yeah,
or Zen
it does.
Buddhism. Zen Buddhism is, I think, even better position because it's a synthesis between like Taoism and Buddhism, and there the overarching theme there is that the existence of contrast. And contrast comes from emergence of change, so entropy. So there is change, and because of change, there is contrast. So things are not one thing or the other; they're both at the same time. All right, and all of them are both at the same time, or more than two things at the same time. Okay, and in Christianity that didn't happen because they separated God and Satan. In New Testament, separated God and Satan. And then you had Jesus who wanted to be. That is the thing of the cross. So the cross, the original crosses. Remember the first cross, which for some reason people call, what's the name of it? People call the Satanist cross. Is the cross where the quaternity? That is what Carl Jung was referred to, quaternity. And the cross, the horizontal stick was lower, like on the lower end, and we consider this the inverted Christian cross or Catholic cross or evangelical, whatever. But that is the original cross, and the significance of that is that the center of the self is the center of the cross. Okay, and the fact that the self is very low on the vertical dimension of the cross, it means it is closer to instinctual, animalistic nature. And then we moved like middle ages. Yes, we roughly moved to like middle of the cross. So like Templars, during the Crusades, the cross was equidistant. Okay, and then later ages, first Renaissance, a little bit before Renaissance and Renaissance later on, the cross has the shape that we know of now, is at the upper end. So the self ascended, it is farther away from animalistic instinctual nature and closer to the divine. All right, that is why the horizontal line is a bit higher. That is the original cross. And people from ignorance or lack of understanding call the cross with the bar at the very bottom the satanic cross, because in fact they consider it the opposite. It is the opposite, but why do they have the idea that it's a Luciferian cross? Because from ignorance they use the framework of Christianity to explain that which is not true, but they explain from the framework the past event. So the reality is that that's the original cross that Christians used. Okay, and new cross is very different. So there was progress over 2,000 years, but because people are not aware of this, they're like, okay, how would I explain this? And they have a narrative, and narrative is like there's good and evil. So the opposite of my cross is the bad guys, and so they attribute it to Luciferians, they attribute it to Satanist worshippers and whatnot, because they say it's just the inverse of the. And that happens. I'm sorry, I'm jumping here a little bit and might not be very congruent, but there's too much to pack. And the issue here, therefore, is that Christianity, because of this separation in New Testament, provides a bias. And I mentioned earlier, somebody said, I don't remember who said this quote, that Christianity was a precursor to fascism, and it is because it introduced the idea that you can be one thing and one thing only, and the other thing you are not, and you can suppress it, you can ignore it, and that's not true. That's patently false, and then people's like, oh, I can be only good and you're only bad. Whatever I do is good, and whatever you do, it doesn't matter, or you don't do that which I do myself, and therefore it is wrong. Therefore, so it introduced duality in a separate way rather than in an integrated way. So I think that the New Testament, the canonization of the Christianity, what it did. It separated that integration process. Judaism possessed it because Yahweh is both good and evil, all right? But God and Satan are two different entities in Christianity, okay? And that creates in people the narrative, well, if there is good things only and there is bad things only, therefore I can do good things only or bad things only, and there is no in between. and I cannot be both good and bad. And that allows it is a coping mechanism. It allows you to say, well, whatever I do is kind of good. And you can see it in, for example, you can see it in Mexican cartel guys. They do atrocious things. They torture people, and then they go to church and donate. It's like, well, I'm still like being a good person, you know, I'm still doing all of these things. That is happening because the structure of the religion permits that way of thinking. It is not that they're good or bad, because if they grew with a different structure of thinking, they would never, for example, go to church after doing all this. Like, well, I did this, well, I just continue doing it. But they don't. So it explains the behaviors. You can see how it's separate. I don't like the disentanglement of Christianity. Okay,
it seems like you're being a little too harsh on Christianity here, because you must recognize that there are different.
No. I'm not harsh. I'm being very, how to say?
And some of them think that you can't actually solve your own problems, that you need God to do it for you. So they recognize, say that they're bad people, and they pray and they hope that God will help them improve, but they don't expect that they have to put action into themselves.
That is another topic.
Another aspect, it's relevant to your criticism of Christianity compared to Buddhism, I would say, because it's one of the things that facilitate that kind of situation, because they have this idea that is very very easy to come to from Christianity. But another complication is that Christianity also seems to introduce personalities to this to what would otherwise be the Tao, let's say. And these personalities, they can be distinct. You can accumulate all the things that make a good person in one personality, and you can accumulate all the things that make a bad person in another personality. And that's happened in Christianity, but it hasn't really happened in Buddhism, to my knowledge. But anyway,
well, I was talking about Zen.
I think we're a bit beside the point.
Hold up. Let me try bridge that. Trygve would probably call it a tirade. I would call it a monologue. I still kind of appreciate the monologues, because every now and then, Callie, maybe like 10% or 5%, I'm like, that's good, and I still kind of appreciate them. But to bridge the gap, by Callie, one of the things you got to not do is speak over people, because otherwise it's just very annoying.
Ideas are rushing all the time.
Yeah. So one of the, I mean, it's a practice. I mean, in personal conversation, it's fine, but like online, it two voices are talking at the same time.
I understand.
Person.
People get lost.
But yeah, I think to bridge. Hold up. Let me see if I can recover it from that deviation. Okay. So I think, yeah, what Callie was kind of talking about in the latter bit was, it was a precursor. I don't think necessarily those bad aspects were part of necessarily Christianity, but it was a precursor to something that could then become fascism, rather than necessarily Christianity as fascist. Yes. In that, and in which case then Trygve's criticism, Callie, Trygve's criticism was completely correct, and especially for me, kind of rediscovering, or at least listening to these modern churches, libertarian Christianity seems to be one hell of a thing, precisely because of that humility it offers, which is that, hey, we can be sinners or we can be good people, and only God can judge. Therefore, we should just try and find out what God wants, and also know God works in mysterious ways, and God gives you choice. And I think I mentioned the last one, like, God's the ultimate libertarian, because he's just like, look, there's some things that will produce good results, there's things that will produce bad results. It's up to you. And I think that's fantastic. Especially, watching or trying somewhat in my personal life to mature children. You always have that battle of how much choice should I allow them? And as a human, should I be trying to play God, giving them ultimate choice? Or should I try and actually be a father archetype, and actually not be God, and actually be like, hey, if you don't do this, bad things will actually happen. So I'm going to constrain your liberties until you mature a little bit. So at least that's kind of addressing Callie's monologue in that extent. So, but for the other bit, I think in regards to whether or not there was a God before the universe, completely not interested in that topic. I don't think anyone here is interested in that question, because it's an unknowable answer, like it's impossible to know the answer to. So it's anything that
so why bother?
No, yeah. It's not about before the universe. It's about in this case, it's about before humans started thinking about it as the universe.
Right. Yeah. So I wanted to make that distinction. Thanks for bringing that up, because it's yeah. So I think all of us here, I know other people, especially on Discord, they love to argue that esoteric type stuff, and for me, I tune out instantly. Like the free will debate, like tune out instantly. But the so at least for that, I don't think anyone's arguing that, and I anyway. But yeah, to then address that bit, I think it's a bit more interesting because I would view everything being discussed as, like, say, as cognitive tools, or what's the term Viveki use? Psycho tools, psycho techniques,
Psychotechnologies.
Psychotechnology. So I think the conception of the one, the capital G God, the ultimate God, is a psychotechnology rather than necessarily a statement of the, like, any projections onto the universe. Like, I think it can take a pantheist view, which is the universe and the capital G God are exactly the same, but our comprehension of that is just projections. However, it is a good psychotechnology to try and embody the universe every now and then, so that we can embrace the world with the humility to know that forces are operating within us. I don't think it's particularly making any I think it's from what he talked about earlier, the distinctions between instincts and archetypes, which is that all of this is kind of operating at this metaphysical layer of the psyche and the spirits that are moving in kind of like the substrate of the world. And I think the more one familiarizes themselves with that particular concept, the far greater they will do in this overly materialistic perception of the world. It's like, just speaking from personal experience, like going back like pre 2013 or whatever, I had absolutely no conception of spirits, demons, any of that in the way that, Peterson has kind of taught me about. Like, pure materialistic. Like, there is nothing supernatural in the world. Everything's materialistic. I'm just a result of the neurons firing in my brain. And then you read some Richard Dawkins and you find out the selfish gene, and then that's like, oh Jesus, evolution is affecting me despite whether I like it to or not. And there's all of these like pre-programmed
people forget
behaviors.
that they need to eat and sleep,
Right. Yeah, you actually are like, oh shit, I'm actually a human rather than a brain in a jar, kind of thing. And that actually is a lot of political contentions right now, especially I think in people who work in information technology. Like, our career fundamentally is not attuned to bodies, like meat bags. Exactly.
Exactly.
It would be way better
intelligence
for programmers. Yeah,
exactly.
to just
you cannot make artificial intelligence because our brain is respondent to stimuli from the outside world, and if artificial intelligence doesn't have those stimuli, you will not have conscious attitude, basically. Good luck.
Well, you can. That's a whole nother debate. But
Anyway.
But it's tangential to it. But the point there is shit. What was it? Crap. Someone.
The programmers,
reignite
machine learning, artificial intelligence development.
Before the machine learning. It's before AI.
What was that?
I can't remember, man.
Good question.
This is the consequence, Kelly, of the speaking over thing.
I'm sorry.
Maybe your conclusion is something like that there is value in an ethological view of human psyche's interaction with forces we don't understand.
Oh, right. That we're humans. We forgot that we're humans, and that we're also, it affects us. Biology affects us.
Yeah. So I think, so that's pretty much my counter argument to that, which is I don't think, not really the counter argument, but the attempt to assimilate it, which is that I think that it's just a statement about a use of a psychotechnology rather than a statement about particularly objective reality, which many theists would proclaim. And that's one of the things that shits me about theists, which is that they just missed the boat so much by holding on to the idea that there's actually a deity causing. I mean, to some extent, that's a problem. They're completely correct. Like in one perception of it, they're 100% correct.
Perception.
Right.
Unfortunately,
but the thing is, from psychological perspective, right? That's the problem of the reality, because we don't know if it's simulation, if it's our mind or our minds create this reality, or we are part of the reality being created or existing, and not. This is the egg chicken problem, and going there. I mean,
well, it's also the simulation theory issue. But then again, like when it goes to those type of questions, who gives a shit? Like if we're in a simulation or we're not in a simulation, it doesn't change at all how I act. So in regards to that, what you still want to do is operate on things that are truer. Sorry, Callie,
hold on there. Yeah, sure.
Because we're trying.
But I wanted to say something.
I want Trygve to lead the this, because we're trying to counter argue his point, rather than. I love your monologues, Callie, but at the same time,
they're monologues.
They're monologues, right? So yeah, right now let's focus the current discussion point on Trygve's contention.
Yeah, so I think we're mostly on the same page with regards to reading it psychologically. I think the reason there's a problem in the first place that I see is the paper tries to not just open the door, but say there is no door, basically. It seems to really
there is no spoon. There is no spoon.
Okay, thanks.
No, but seriously, that is exactly.
Wait, Callie, just hit the pause button, all right? When you think something, and then like retort once they finish, and conversations will flow like.
I'm sorry, but it's. No, but what he says fits exactly that context of Matrix, where he says there is no spoon. That is exactly what you're saying.
Except it doesn't. It doesn't, and I think that's what you get when you interrupt that much. So the article seems to be trying really hard to argue not just that this is psychological, not just that we understand it psychologically and there may be something more, but that there is definitely something more. And that is in line with the theological reading, and of course it is called Evolutionary Neurotheology, but I think it goes too far in that, and that's what I've been objecting to consistently.
All right, how do you assert that it goes too far?
I'll bring back the numbers again. So it talks about the numbers as being Platonic forms, basically, and also as having a qualitative and quantitative aspect to them, and basically as rules of the universe. And sure, the numbers correspond to something that can be counted, because of course they are very useful categories, and probably have evolved in some sense for us. We probably evolved in some sense to be able to attune ourselves to them and use them, but we can't just think they are gods for that, and we can't associate them with archetypes willy-nilly either. It seems to be taking that further than you can.
I see what you mean. I think. And why is that? What makes you think that?
There's actually a lot of different small things that just seem to consistently point in that direction throughout the paper, and I haven't read the paper properly in over 2 weeks, so I can't really point to specific examples beyond what we've already gone over. And I think I've already said that, so I would suggest that
your own. Just give me the gist of why you think that numbers in themselves cannot be related to archetypes. Like, what's your general thinking?
Well, not that they can be related to archetypes willy-nilly. Not it can't just be done as if to say that the gods, or that the one, let's say, is as real as the numbers. The numbers are one kind of thing, and the one seems to me to be another kind of thing. And I've already gone over.
I see. I think I see that. So you mean they when they equate the God, for example, to the concept of unity, of concept of number of one, for example, that's something which would not make sense to you. Is that what you mean?
more that you doing that, and also this equating with the source of all things is it tries to be a lot of different things at once, and I don't think we have the intellectual basis to say that it is all those things at once. We can't think of it that way, and I think that as a psychotechnology, it is probably fine. But I don't think we can say that it corresponds to reality. It can correspond to being, but not reality. How about that?
I think
I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Well, just to add on this, well, the thing about the numbers is nothing but names to things which are very small or things which are similar. That's why we use numbers. And then we try to explain them by giving them names, and we have names. So each number, integers, they're all names. And then something which has too big of a name and it's too hard to think of, we just give it a tendency, claim, and call it an infinity. Okay, and then we have, of course, indefinite forms. In mathematics, you have indefinite forms as well, which is something it is an unknown territory of mathematics. Logic cannot explain, for example, what was that 0 divided by 0, for example. It's going to be the result of that, or infinity times infinity. We cannot name those things, and we cannot integrate in our understanding and knowledge. So to that extent, mathematics in themselves are incomplete as well, incomplete works until we can do that. Although there are, like, for example, Kabbalistic teachings where they try to equate God to 1 and to 0 at the same time. So smaller than smallest and bigger than biggest, right? Everything and nothing, alpha and omega. Those are types of the claims where people try to make qualitative statements about quantitative criteria, phenomena, parameters, variables. And so what happens is that they try to say, well, God is unity, and unity is totality. So maybe not even 1, but also infinity, because it's big. What is bigger than biggest? It is something that never ends. That's the thing that is bigger than biggest, because biggest thing implies it not being bigger than itself later on, and that is an infinity. So you can say, okay, we have one characteristic, so bigger than biggest is infinity, and we have in mathematics that. Okay, what is smaller than smallest? The smallest is 0 point, and it goes up to infinity, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, or it can be infinite number of zeros, 1, or it can be infinite number of zeros and there is no 1, okay, but it's still not 0. And so smaller than smallest would be 0. And so we can say, well, smaller than smallest, bigger than biggest, 0 and infinity is God. So God is 0 and infinity. But these are things which make no sense logically. Maybe people's like if you go to theoretical mathematics.
Wait, Callie.
Yes.
This is actually what you're saying makes no sense. Is actually what the author argued. So, so let me then defend. So you're actually agreeing with Trygve there. So let me actually do the counter argument to both of you for that position, right? Which is that
actually I don't know if I'm agreeing so far. I'm still finding out, but please continue.
All right, yeah. Alrighty, so all right, so let's say with maths, right, like 1 or 2 or the numbers or algebra or whatever. Let's just go with the numbers, right? Which is that they're concepts. They're not actually any material or material forms. They're conceptual forms, right? So they operate in this. Yeah, they operate in this the metaphysical realm rather than the physical realm, right? But however, we can still say that 1 or 2 is true because our criteria of true is something that provides repetitive observations that produce predictable outcomes. I'll run with that, right? I think that's reasonable, right? So the more we can build on top of maths that is actually true, and it's even the concept of true is a mathematical, has a mathematical origin in terms of, we can say 1 + 1 = 2. That is true, and that's a whole huge basis of functional programming, or programming in general. Is that ability to rely in programming space and maths, right? But or whatever it is, someone else can elaborate on that further in the comments. But the point here is then, well, how do we then observe the true? And it's like, okay, well, when we observe certain things, like let's say you need 2 people to make a baby in a sexual species, right? Then that's something we observe, and then for 2 actually becomes something that is real to an extent in its application. But at the same time, memes also have that same property in in metaphysics, which is that when a meme or a idea, and that's one of the interesting things this author did, which is he directly did the capital I idea as an equivalent to the lowercase g God. And I think there is his uses there of idea could essentially be like a Richard Dawkins meme. And I think here is we can certainly see that certain ideas have observable outcomes. Now, in terms of that, that's a preface to the bridge here. And the bridge will then be, okay, well, for two actually having a qualitative or a archetypical situation, it's very much like, it's interesting because as I read that, or pretty much every single time I imagine two, I always just think two eggs, right? And like, it's the same thing when Sam Harris in one of his talks, he says, now imagine a flock of birds. Who chose how many numbers there should be? I mean, how many birds there should be, and who chose what the bird should look like? So there's a metaphysical force there that is doing that selection in the same way that when I think of two, I think of two eggs. Or I wonder what I would think of with one, probably all sorts of an array of things. And I think to some extent that's somewhat of a evidence that when we think of these numbers, we're not just thinking purely of this abstract form, or even if we think of the number and then we think of its actual form in the linguistic sense of how we write it, that's still bringing something more that we are subjectively bringing to that number. In our experience,
but number also simplifies. Number also simplifies. That's one. That's another thing. Is that
right? So
imagine. Can you in your just a quick example, for the audience? No, but the numbers also simplify. Like, can you imagine 100 ostriches in your head right now? Just close your eyes and imagine 100 of them. You cannot. You probably can envision 5, maybe 10, but not 100. But you can say 100 ostriches, and you're like, well, okay, 100 ostriches, but you cannot visualize how much that is. So that is important ones, that numbers also simplify reality.
Well, it's actually interesting because when you use that example, right? Like I don't like I'm a systematic thinking or whatever. So it's kind of like I wouldn't say envision, maybe envision is correct or whatever it is, but I don't actually picture 100 ostriches, but I still picture the correct abstraction in my head to represent 100 ostriches. It's just like, a few ostriches and then like an amorphous group of some amount like X ostriches that then facilitates the remaining 100, right? So I think, but in terms of then it being like something that is true or functional in terms of these qualitative experiences, it's very much the same thing here, which is that there was one of the correlative examples he used was to say, talking about the neurological development of humans is very similar to other animals, and therefore even still, even before maths, right, we still have as sexual beings a somewhat a conception of one or two before we have maths, in terms of our relations. And to some extent, I find that fairly hard to argue against because, or at least maybe not so much, maybe it can be, but it's more like an empathetic exercise rather than a particular, mathematic, I don't know, rather than an argument I would encounter many. Yeah, I would say it's an empathetic exercise to then imagine the bird, when it's in love with its mate, like flamingos when they're doing that dance or whatnot. One can kind of project our human, conceptions onto it. But to some extent, it is very similar. Like, say, dogs, to some extent, they have an idea of fairness. They'll get upset if they do the same task. Two different dogs would do the same task, and you feed one and you don't feed the other one, like if you break a pattern. So I think to wrap it up with without rereading the entire paper, I think what it's kind of arguing is, in the same way maths allows us to provide predictions through, maths as well as these archetypes allow us to observe things, and then from there we can make predictions, and then we can qualify the value of those predictions by how true those outcomes were. I think it's kind of the same. So in terms of the qualitative aspect of one or two, he gave many different examples of the correlations in different religions, and to some extent that sexual situation where like 1 is alone, 2 is with a couple, 3 is like a state which needs triage, a sense of time. So I think, I don't know, it's maybe it's, I wouldn't, I don't know. It's not really something that I think I would classify in the true or not true box. I would just put it in the interesting box, right? In terms of that's something
So
to use as a tool to continue in our
so
exploration of the world.
all right. So I was just thinking, I will provide one last way to think about my criticism of this paper here,
Yeah.
and then I would like to just briefly mention, go over the last 2 points that I think we have time to talk about from me, and then I
Yep.
would like to talk about your points of interest with the paper as far as you think they haven't been covered already, because you had a
Okay.
lot of them there, and I think some of them are interesting too.
Alrighty.
So, the last way I want you to think about my criticism of the paper. To start with the paper. So the paper describes how there are archetypes of living things. There are archetypes of inanimate objects, let's say, to use a very appropriate term. And there are, and going even further back,
Yes.
there are archetypes of how systems emerge in the first place. So you might think of the laws of the universe as we usually talk about them. And even further back than that, he suggests there's the archetype of the one, which is everything. And I would say that if it is at first we think of that as an archetype, we think of it in ethological terms. We think of it as humans related to it, as an evolved category, and that is a very different thing from the psychological equivalent that we might see in Jung himself. So as a totality of a person's personality and psyche, as Carl demonstrated with a nice picture that I would suggest you put up on screen actually, because it is a pretty good cover in the meetings chat. So we
which thing am I putting?
Meetings. That's where you find it. So
okay.
yeah. So yeah, we project out our psychological concepts and imagination on the world, and that is how we create being, you could say, in the sense that Harris and Peterson agreed upon, that I mentioned earlier, and laid out, I guess. But when we then apply these archetypes to things that were before being, then we are projecting, and we can't really say that they operate by the same mechanisms. So I don't think we can say that archetypes of living things, sure, they've existed as long as living things have needed them, or as long as they've been evolutionarily necessary, let's say. But to treat that in the same category as numbers and the laws of the universe, I think that's a case of projection, and trying to embody the one as opposed to embody the self. I think that you could even argue that that's a case of trying to usurp a position you have no right to, trying to take the place of God. So I think that's one way to think about it. But I don't think we have time for much more discussion of that topic. So I want to move on. Just let's just leave that topic with that thought.
Yeah.
So
well, actually, there is let me just copy paste something.
While he's
I'm happy
copy-pasting.
to move on.
But
I just shared in the live stream
there.
chat.
Oh god. Yes.
A little quote there, because he also talks about possession of the hero, and the hero can actually lead us to failure as well, which is kind of interesting. So we want to utilize the hero, but we don't want to particularly always be non-stop possessed by the hero. So we want to develop a relationship with the hero archetype.
And that's a difference from Peterson. But my 2 points that I wanted to bring up before I wanted to move on to what you found interesting, Ben, where I just want to make it clear that I think the environment of evolutionary adaptiveness is a very useful, very informative term. It is very different from species to species, and it is definitely the basis for psychology, I would say, and the psychology for the species. And that it is, among other things, it is limited by what you regard as what is useful to regard as objects from an evolutionary perspective. The other thing I wanted to note is that this paper keeps suggesting, and in accordance with, I think it was the Chicago School of evolutionary theory, that evolution is operating very slowly on species and humans included. So we're still effectively cavemen in how we think. That is actually cause for some dispute. The Chicago School is actually largely abandoned today by up-to-date evolutionary theorists. And a good example of how this is observed and thus concluded in practice would be trying to breed for certain characteristics in animals. Now, of course, with humans, things that have been useful all the time will still have been useful all the time. They haven't gone away. But things that were pronounced because they were useful then, they have had several thousands of years to get away, and we know that some can disappear in less than 20 generations, even.
So talking about that, I think what Chicago takes on is they make us they do not admit the cumulative process of complexified understanding of reality. So like archetypes are higher rank or more complex forms of bush spirits. Okay, it's the same thing, just they're represented in more complex form. They explain better, and they're better organized, they're better verbalized, they're better represented. Okay, and the same reason we have our structures, like social structures, like international organizations, for example, or something as a nation state, or something as a union of nation states. These things are more complex forms of basic organization, which is tribal group, of course. But we can accept and we can manage in comfortable terms. We can manage complexity of higher order, and so we have a representation of that in higher order. So if I'm not very familiar what you mean, but if you mean by that, it's either you did not understand and what they say is explaining, or you understood and what they say is a reductionist or simplified manner or poorly articulated conceptualization of that which we were discussing. But it's just more things are more complex. They are same, yes, but they're more complex. That's what it is.
Yeah. So when we talk about evolution in humans, we should be aware that the Chicago School is actually out of date. So yes, the general principles still apply, but things can move way faster than we thought.
Right. I also had skepticism. Yeah, I also had skepticism of that. I think I put like a question mark or so in my notes, because until I read The Natural History of Rape, and we covered that on the Beverly channel, I had no real, I read Selfish Gene and I read other, kind of evolutionary works, but The Natural History of Rape really was like, wow, evolution is like a real force in our lives. And then after that, they kind of completely rejected collective evolution. For them was just individual adaptions rather than collective adaptions. And then we selected like 3 different books or so to read about, the most recent progressions of evolution. And hopefully one day we'll find time to go over those works, because it's something I would love to do. But at least for that, yeah, it is some contentions, and I'm not qualified enough because I haven't read those books to kind of talk about it in more detail, but it's certainly very interesting. But it is very a common meme though from like 10 years ago in the popular parlance, I guess, to be like, yeah, we're just cavemen in modern society, and that's why we're struggling so much.
And that was common in science 30 years before that again.
Right. And to some extent, I mean, obviously, there's some things that are true.
This is a favorite argument for anarcho-primitivism.
Right. And a natural history of rape goes into some of these true things that will actually make a difference in preventative rape policies. So there are some caveman-like things in us that we need to address with policies going forward, and ignoring them and just putting everything down to like a blank slate perspective of humans is fatalistic in terms of its, it's not fatalistic, is catastrophic in terms of its ability to produce desired outcomes if we don't actually know the evolutionary forces that are operating within us. So I think, I thumbs up on that criticism, but at the same time,
it might think
it's not something we can...
Instead of having the brains of cavemen, we probably have the brains of people 2,000 years ago.
Right. Yeah, but also
I would highly disagree with that.
It's something,
there is a book on that, but yes, continue.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, it's also something which when we come to those type of macro, I think, yeah, macro type influences in the way humans and societies operate, it's very actually hard to draw definitive conclusions. Like we can speculate, but we can't be like, yes, that is definitely the way it happens.
Yeah.
It's very hard to actually draw those type of conclusions. We
Well,
can have great theories.
yeah, of course. But the issue here is that with quantitative research, especially, is that you're trying to quantify some of the qualitative criteria to establish a direct link or a degree of correlation or degree of causation, and then you can claim your arguments to be more valid than of your opponent because the correlation or causation is too weak, for example, or there is no evidence, and statistical data does not show evidence, with 95% confidence interval, whatever,
Right.
And that is a problem, and hence why qualitative research is very important in this regard, just as quantitative research. And so not always numbers. You cannot. Some things are hard to quantify because numbers, again, they simplify things. You want indigestible manner, and we found this. Science does not, especially the natural sciences, they do not explain the whole of the world. That's why we have humanities, or we have the synthetic natural sciences, social sciences, because they're for qualitative things which we cannot for which, if we simplified, they would lose we would lose the purpose, or we would lose their understanding in its entirety. So we cannot simplify them further, okay? And so for things that we cannot really simplify further, we keep them in social sciences real. And things that we can really simplify, we use numbers for that, and we have natural sciences for that. And people don't seem to be aware of that, not very conscious of that, and hence all the troubles. But there were interesting conversation. We had some other topics which I wanted to, some things I wanted to mention that Chigve mentioned previously.
Yeah,
and now I
just
so much.
The conclusion of that, and then to move on, is that not everything is a disproof. A lot of the times it's just an alternative explanation.
Yeah.
So Trigvet, continue.
Yeah. So the last thing the last little comment from Carly made me think. I just wrote in chat. It's not something that people need to read beyond us. Not something people need to hear. I just like to hear what you thought were interesting about the paper. So just to start from the top of your list.
Alrighty. So complexes. Yeah, I'm reading the opposite. All right. So learning what a persona is. Revolutionary Road. So the movie Revolutionary Road is based on a book. It's probably the greatest tragedy of the last 100 years that has been written. I think it's absolutely superb if you want to cry your eyes out for a week straight and contemplate how the world can be so unbelievably cruel. That is a very good movie for you. And obviously that's not everyone's cup of tea, but the reason it's so powerful is because it touches on something that is unbelievably true. And when I watched that movie, I wasn't expecting it. I don't read any of the preambles for movies when I watch them. I just go straight in, and I was it was a recommended movie. I can't remember what recommended it, but I watched it.
If you're crying,
it led me down. Oh,
yes,
man, I get fully engaged with movies, man. Like I absorb myself in
interesting, because normally you cry when you're dealing with unexplored territory. So I wonder.
Yeah, it was unexplored, and I mean, even in our last conversation, there was a bit I teared up. Actually, when you were doing one of your monologues, Kelly, because I made a connection that I thought was quite good. Obviously, I didn't shed a tear, but I'm just a very passionate person in some areas, I guess. But yeah, with Revolutionary Road, I witnessed something that impacted me greatly, and I spent about 3 solid months trying to understand that movie. And it was...
You need to find a psychotherapist who is smarter than you who can explain the movie.
Myself and books, they're fine. They work great. So for that, it I mean, it was cathartic. Not like, this is one of the things that shits me about modern culture is that this obsession about happiness, and it's just like happiness isn't the only thing to strive for in life. It's kind of like right now with COVID, we're like lockdown nations, and they're like, safety is the only thing we should strive for. And I'd be like, no, there's a lot more things than just
Resistance is futile
in life. Right. And anyway, so with Revolutionary Road, I witnessed it, and man, I struggled with that. And I ended up reading the book, and then from there, I watched The Great Gatsby, and that's kind of like the inverse of that movie, also a tragedy, and that really affected me. And then after that, I was also reading The Man Who Wouldn't Stand Up, which is about the exact same kind of phenomena as well. And then I read The Invisible Man, and what I was wrestling with in that time was persona. And I had never understood persona before. Mozilla had a product called persona back in the day, but besides that, that was my only experience with the word. And yeah, and essentially for Revolutionary Road, their persona is what caused the tragedy, and the inability to identify beyond the persona. Their persona became the god that they were possessed by. And that persona for them was something to say that we are extraordinary. We aren't ordinary people. And unfortunately, most people are ordinary. That's how the word gets its meaning. And their inability for the female in the movie, the male actually came to it later on in the movie, but the female only came to it in like the last 5 minutes, which was very hard, and in that movie. And yeah, they eventually came to the transcendent state where they need to go beyond this idea that they are above average. And it but by then the seeds that were sown in that movie, it was too late. Where the costs of rectifying that situation were incredibly severe. And so I read the book trying to kind of understand why the characters acted the way they did. And if you don't understand the movie, the book's fantastic. And then if you don't understand kind of how to overcome that trauma in that movie, then the book, The Man Who Wouldn't Stand Up, is very similar. The Man Who Wouldn't Stand Up is a man at I don't know, the Super Bowl or something, doesn't stand up for the national anthem just for a whimsical,
anti-peer
small
pressure
conviction, right? And his whole world turns upside down. Pretty much the entire nation turns against him. Everything gets destroyed. He becomes communist. Everything goes wrong.
Oh man!
And he needs to decide in that book. Eventually, he overcomes it. It's actually the anti-tragedy. It's actually obviously there's still character development, but in the end, he comes back to his wife and he apologizes, even though he doesn't particularly believe. He still has his principle, but to him, it's like picking the battles. He's just like, that's my persona that they were upset about. I am greater than my persona. I will not let my persona destroy me.
Now, talking about that, the other thing what he does there is he sacrifices some of his there is word for this. It's the wandering son, the mischievous son. You have a father who has two sons. It's the old fable, and one of the sons, and the other son does everything the father wants, and he's orderly, and he's a nice good son, and the other son is partying with strippers and prostitutes and whatnot, and spending all the cash and the money, and he's away from the home. And then, yes?
In English, it's called the prodigal son.
Prodigal son, exactly. That's the one, the prodigal son. And so the prodigal son returns. And when he returns, the father, oh my God, yes, please, you're the best, and I'll do everything for you again. And the other son, the good son's like, what the hell's going on, Dad? I've been doing all this awesome shit for you, and all the love goes to the prodigal son. And the concept here is the same as in this story, is that you need to understand. It's again entropy and the process of contrast. You need to leave yourself to know yourself. And because both prodigal son and the good son are the same person, all right? And the thing is that the prodigal son is a mischievous side, is the exploratory nature, the curiosity of an individual, okay? And so it rejects the conventions, which does not follow the rule that the father wants the son to follow, but the good son does follow. So rational things that it will work. Your parents, it is good for you. Do this. You will be grateful for me when you get older. Things that they say like that, because they already passed that phase. Okay, and so they post factum, they explain this to you before. For them it's post factum, but for you it's pre. And they explain this to you. Does not make sense, not meaningful, because you cannot relate to what they mean. The same things we don't relate to songs and movies at some point, and then we can relate to them later on when we understand the contextual narrative of the story. The contextual situation of the story that happened. And so the story here was Guy not following the conventions, breaking the rules, or bending them at least, and of course here a little bit of peer pressure or anti-peer pressure, and a little bit of hero narrative. But the point is the same story as Prodigal Son, where he extracts, he understands that he's not doing it only for himself, because you cannot survive on your own, and you have to survive as a group, and the group has rules. Yeah. And of course there is a saying, if you don't like your flag, go look for another flag. Okay, but the thing is that what the attempt of this prodigal process is to try to make your own flag, which is really hard, really difficult. It takes a lot of time and creativity and stress tolerance. And so he returns and he realizes that I'll do it not only for myself, but also for my family or people I care about, And he decides to sacrifice a bit of that curiosity for the sake of the stability of the structure, so that explored territory does not disintegrate. So there is no chaos within the confines, within the walled city, the walled garden. You can break rules, or you cannot break rules. It's up to you. But sometimes breaking rules will get you into trouble.
Yeah,
sometimes not. Depends how you do it. Hence why from previous talk is that you don't do something without knowing how things are first. You don't just like, oh no, the world has to be this way, and you try to build it on top of the world which you do not understand. It's like trying to fit squares into circles. You know what I'm saying? And square pegs into circle holes, or whatever you call it. And that is the process. Of course, prodigal son narrative is the natural process that we go through. We accept that we have this drive. This is the maximalism, the adolescent maximalism. Is that when you're young, like 19 to 20, you think you can do everything in your life. That is the beginning of the prodigal son. Yes, Trigger. Yes.
Right. Just want to say a better metaphor would be instead of squares and circles would be trying to place bricks in a swamp.
Yes. Okay. That could work as well. That could work. That is better. That is also better. And in this case, when you look from political perspective or economical ideologies or just general policy that we use, because policies is order for the chaos. Okay, and the law structures.
Of course.
And so when somebody supports certain types of policies, while disregarding the base or the original policies upon which everything else is possible, including you creating those laws in the first place, what happens is just bricks fall into swamp. Exactly. There is no solid foundation. They will fall through, and you will be in unexplored territory because you don't know any better. You don't know how to think any better, and probably you're not that good in creativity and stress tolerance to deal with the fact that you need a lot of bricks for the swamp to be full of bricks, so it's a solid foundation and not a swamp, right? And people don't have patience for that, and they have understanding or knowledge. I mean, so many things. And so teaching somebody to do that is and so jumping. I think the post-structuralist or the extremely liberal, let's say, especially in US in academia, the professors and the intellectuals, as they like to call themselves, they skipped the prodigal stage and just tell you, now you can do just this right away, but you can't. You have to go through it. It's a process of individuation and integration of yourself. Of your persona. You have to understand who you are, but for that you need to have a contrast. You have to reject it to accept it, to have pragmatic consensus. Jesus.
Right. So with actually that last bit that you just said, Kelly, it actually ties into one of my big learnings actually from that period as well, which is what a celebrity is. And that a celebrity is someone who knows themselves and then warps reality. Like, the scene in The Matrix, like the end of The Matrix 1, where like the corridor warps. That is the nature of a celebrity. They are someone who warps personas, but they also treat persona as a product. And that, when I realized that, man, my life got way easier. Like, it wasn't just like the Sam Harris waking up or the Randian check your premises or the Peterson speak your truth. It was something of hey, I can separate myself from my persona. They don't have to be one-on-one, and that can still be integrity. Before, I thought that your persona and yourself had to be the same to have integrity. And when I realized if you treat your persona as a product, you can still have integrity, because at the end of the day, what gives you integrity is whether you are acting towards yourself consistently. Or like,
you want the fun part about celebrities?
Sorry?
Just a small note on the celebrities. You know why they also called stars or superstars? Because people gravitate towards them, and because they have this psychological pull, like a psychological gravity, which makes people respond and follow. You know, right. It's exactly the same concept. So we call them stars as well for that reason.
They are ideals in the darkness.
Right. And people gravitate to the particular celebrity which is displaying traits or aspects that they wish to embody in their own lives.
It activates archetype in them, yes.
Yeah, it's very similar to our development of our sexual preferences when we are entering into puberty. At least for myself, I'm not sure if this is true for others, but I've gone back to, and even continuing from puberty, those who I find particularly attractive, not just in beauty, but in personality or whatnot, are people who have displayed traits, you know, throughout my life that have solved problems that I wish I could solve. So, for instance, when I was a kid, I used to watch a lot of Stargate, and the two actually main female characters from that actually were these kind of hero type figures. And they actually led a lot of my preferences for a very long time.
Was it Major Carter? Was it?
Is that important?
Yeah, and the other one of the last few seasons. And the one from the last few seasons, Claudia Black, she was actually in an actual episode of Hercules. There used to be a TV series called Hercules back in the day.
Yes, I'm aware.
She was in a few of the episodes in that. And I went back as an adult and actually watched those, you know, key episodes of Hercules, and I'm like, wow, this explains a lot of my psyche. But
yes.
yeah, it's kind of
it's important what you expose your kids to, because you can traumatize them, or you can give them false ideas, because the people who create content don't know any better themselves of what they're doing, and apparently we have to forgive them for they don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And anyway, the feeling that the archetype you're talking about, let's call it admiration. That's a pretty well-established name for that feeling of following celebrities. And of course, we talk about personas.
Right. And
it's not so much about it's not so much about not being true to yourself about who you are. Let's separate your personal persona and your public persona. The personal persona has to incorporate the shadow. It has to be whole. Otherwise, you're going to create your own problems. But the public persona, that can be whatever, as long as you're able to create it.
It's funny that you say that, because there is a ritual in Christian Catholicism for sure, which is called adoration, which is the prayers for for the if I'm correct, maybe I'm butchering it, but prayers for integrate. How's it? Basically, the purpose is for you to understand the role of Jesus in your life. That's what adoration is. Yes. Okay. I think I got it. I think I got it right. And the process is exactly that. It's to a degree, it's a celebrity, but it's not idolatry. It's more of a worship, or it should be worship. And it comes to another stage where people bargain. For example, I've been to some of these, and when you talk to them and you discuss and you're curious, and they tell me their relationship with their religious belief is a bargain. So, for example, one girl just told me directly, like, while she was speaking to me, she was explaining the whole experiences, how she comes towards religion, how she sees it, and for her it was a bargain. It's like, well, if I do all of these rituals and I follow the scriptures right, and I'll go to mass and I'll pray and I'll do all of these things, then Jesus will do these things for me. Okay, and I was like, so it's in exchange for that.
It's not wrong, but it's not entirely
It's not
correct.
wrong, but she does not understand that she herself is the one doing it to herself. You understand? Not being conscious
right,
of that.
but that type of pedantedness, like I don't know, it always seems like nitpicking when you're trying to explain, like, to a Christian.
Well, I'm just
what
trying to
being good
explain
does
the
for 'em.
difference because there are people who are more like, they're very religious, but they understand what they do. And there's like, I don't go to church. I feel like I know what I'm doing. I believe in God, but I go to church rarely. It's not very often. And he's like, I outgrew that phase of rituals. I understand what rituals were for. They were to facilitate, but like I understood the purposes of these things, and so I don't do them anymore. But the person's like, I still believe in that. I was like, okay, that's interesting. So there is this. So I know so I call, so there is bargaining Christians, and you have the belief Christians, those who believe and they know what they're doing, and those who don't know what they're doing. But it's like the lowest resolution in religious experience, the bargaining stage, I think, in this, well,
all right, so one of the so to continue with my notes, and I think the next one can actually jump off this, which is that to talk about that persona and celebrity type learning, which is, if I read this paper prior to watching Revolutionary Road, it would have been a lot easier to digest that movie. Or even if I watch this, right? Obviously, because I have the learning to interpret what that tragedy is about. And I think, but to some extent, so I think that's also one of the values here of understanding a persona and then understanding, this relationship with these deities or forces and stuff. It's really, really something. And that's kind of what Sam Harris is trying to talk about with such what we call it. It's not, the word's not banal, but like, what's the word, like the word for it's like completely devoid of any type of passion or any type of inspiration or any type of emotional just like, or catalyst. I mean, like, that's the way kind of Sam Harris talks about the things Peterson talks about. Like, he strips like any type of like, well, it's not just, it's worse than bland. Sorry, what?
Plain.
Yeah, plain, bland, plain, but it's
monotone.
I'm trying to. No, it's like
detached.
Wait, is this the word?
Emotionless.
Oh, no, it's not insipid. But it's kind of sterile. Sterile is very similar to what I'm wanting, right? Like, it's not going to enthuse anybody. That's kind of the way I think, when anyway. So it's the same thing here. So in the paper, one of the notes I have is there was a quote in the book: "It governs communication on the ego and self axes. That is, it monitors and may inhibit material from coming into consciousness from the unconscious mind." And I can't remember what exactly it was in that context, but my note here is about superego and over-socialization. Oh, this was about persona, I believe. No, wait, let me actually find out. Sorry, let me just do a quick search. All right, so the full quote is the superego is the moral complex which is essential to the functioning of society. It has an archetypal core and is activated by the parents, perhaps through a fear of rejection as a consequence of unacceptable behavior. Human beings have a phylogenetic predisposition to learn rules: linguistic, cultural, social, religious, political, and through it, the superego is built from acquired ethical norms. It governs communication on the ego-self axes. That is, it monitors and may inhibit material from coming into conscious from the unconscious mind. And one of the things I started studying, I think around that same time, I encountered the word over-socialization. And recently, even this year, when I was studying the fall of civilizations, because civilizations have risen and fallen, so we should probably study what causes them to fall if we want to make sure our current civilizations survive. One of the big issues is over-socialization.
Lack of adaptability. That's what they either run out of, again, move, adapt, or die, because they cannot. Right. They die, which is the end of the civilization, and they die because they cannot move, which is there is not enough physical space to explore, to keep expanding the structure, or they cannot adapt to the limited space, and therefore they die.
Right. So
roughly
I
speaking.
think when we think about this, right, and so this is what actually one of the new learnings. I came up with it while we're discussing this. The last few topics about the celebrity and persona is we know the cognitive dissonance axis. It's the should self, the the should ought self, the actual self, and the want self, right? And when they are no longer integrated, cognitive dissonance arises. So, for instance, if the should self flies out, we now have the option of we're now forced to choose whether or not we want our actual and want self to meet it, or whether or not we want to just sacrifice our obligations and bring them back in. So it seems the persona somewhat is a relationship with the should and ought self. And then there seems to be two type of personas. Somewhat one is our own persona, how we see ourself, which is different from self, which is the plane or the ocean that ripples in, or that manifests itself. I don't know. I'm sure Viveki would have a field day with those terms there because he always loves those type of word plays. But there's also that external one, and that so it seems like there's a should self of how I believe I should act, and then there's also a should self of or the oughts. Then there's also a should ought self of how others think I should act. Right. So integrity is kind of making sure that at least I'm acting the way I think I should act, with all those not causing dissonance. But then your persona could be something else. And that
there we go.
only having integrity if you also believe you can actually have that separation. If you don't,
I remember now what I want to add. This is exactly to that point. Yeah, that's exactly to that point. Is that we have both subjective and objective experiences with the world. So the personal one, of course, is subjective, but it is based upon our understanding of the organization which we inhabit and rules of which we follow. So that is the chessboard. So the chessboard is the objective experience, and moving the pieces within the chessboard is the subjective experience. And that's that. So.
Oh, okay. So I think this is a profound new learning. We can do this as a Bevery citation, which is that over socialization is when the public ought should self is the exact same entity as the self should ought self. You are over socialized if they are the same thing, because that way you can't have any discrepancy between the two. And this is a false sense of integrity.
Yes.
Because this is one that possesses you, where you can't challenge the society or go against your social obligations without an existential threat to yourself. What you want is you want to be able to negotiate your persona with society.
Yes, pragmatic consensus. The prodigal son. That is the process of prodigal son. That's it. That's it. I don't know what else to say. Yes, that's
Except it should be noted that the prodigal son wasn't so much doing things that were unaccepted. He just
no, it's the
asked for his money and he wasted it.
Learning. Yeah. No, it's not a waste. It is not a waste because it's a learning experience. He has to learn to accept, and you do that by having contrast. When you find, because if you don't have anything to compare to, how do you know where you are? You cannot orient yourself. There is this fun video on the internet, which is an logical explanation of how a missile knows where it is, and it knows where it is by knowing where it isn't. Okay, and so you have to have the contrast. So if you don't know where you are not, you don't know where you are, and because of that, you cannot orient yourself properly. Okay.
Yeah. So what the prodigal son learned was that in spending all of the money at once, he didn't plan for the future. So his future became very bad, and therefore he figured, I have no hope of
that's
return to my father.
Yes, but that's subplot. The meta story that is the subplot. This is what people see when they see a movie. When they see Gods of Egypt, it's like it's trash because they don't see the meta narrative. They don't see the meta story of the story of the story. They don't see it there. But the story of the story is the process of learning by contrast, because you have contrast, you can compare, and then you can orient yourself, and by orienting you make reasonable choices for your own well-being. But if you do not have the contrast, you cannot do that. You cannot orient yourself, so you're chaotic, you're stressed out, you're neurotic, and many other things.
And in this case, the contrast was I did something that was very enjoyable in the short term and horrible in the long term. Wow, that was a bad idea.
Yes, it is bad idea, and many bad ideas is good because this is the thing of morality. You're naive if you don't know the difference between good and bad. You're innocent if you know the difference between good and bad, but you don't act on it. Okay, and then you can go to either acting on it out of personal choice, when you choose to act on it, and you knowingly know that what you do is bad, or you knowingly know that what you do is good. You're conscious of that. That is being moral. Okay, but the different stages. You can be naive, you can be innocent, and
I think you're meaning ignorant, right, rather than innocent, because if you don't act when you should act, well, it depends, right? Like, if you don't know the distinction between good and evil, I would agree that you're naive. If you do know, and you don't act, or if you do know and you try and forget, that would make you ignorant. But then I would probably say that if you do know and you don't act on what is good, then you are actually guilty. And this is actually one of the big.
But the problem is, are you guilty of what? Are you also? But so you're not doing bad.
This will actually be a great tie-in. This will be a great tie-in to another quote. So another quote in the book is, similarly, the personal Father comes to be differentiated from the Heavenly Father as representative of the Logos principle. Actually, that ties into to go on that, I need to go on to another point first. But just a tie-in, I think, that idea of cognitive dissonance with over-socialization is fantastic, especially its role it plays in falling civilizations. So one of my earlier notes is they have the quote, thus they are a way of making the unknown known. He's referring to this, what was he referring to? Let me find out the context of that quote.
Of course, you need to have focus and pay attention and be skilled during the process of discovery. Alrighty. Otherwise, things will just slip through. Yes.
All right, so this is in the chapter, The Premises of Theology. As previously mentioned, each eternal archetypal idea, God, is the origin of Syria, lineage line chord chain, which contains all the ideas, forms, objects that participate in that idea. Since they are manifestations or images of archetypal ideas, Neoplatonists call them symbola and synthemata, which may be translated as token, signs, and symbols. Originally, these terms referred to tokens of recognition, such as the matching halves of a broken pot shard or a seal ring and its impression, used to confirm identity, contractual relationship, or trust between parties who might be unknown to one another. Thus, they are a way of making the known unknown. Similarly, according to Jung, a symbol bridges the known. Sorry?
Making the unknown known, not the known unknown. Big difference.
Oh, yeah. Well, it says, thus they are a way of making the unknown known. That's what the quote says. If I mispronounce that, I'm sorry. Similarly, the unknown known. Similarly, according to Jung, a symbol bridges the known and unknown by linking conscious image and archetype forever hidden in the collective unconscious, which he called the transcendent function of consciousness. Our goal then is to understand how symbols can be used in a way to contact the collective unconscious, the realm of archetypal ideas, the divine realm. I think that is one hell of a great statement for multiple reasons. One is politically, it's fantastic, as well as just existentially, it's fantastic, especially because, again, like with the Timothy Ferris example before, he always has a certain ritual that actually has material objects to get him in a state. For many people, music gets them in a particular state. Or certain objects like, say, memorabilia. Those are things to get us in particular states, such as reminiscing, or there's that. What's the emotion of reverie, I guess. And so, but in terms of, I also call this virtue signals, because he talks about it using as or trust between parties who might be unknown to one another. So, for instance, in politics, right? Yeah, often a lot of arguments would be avoided. Actually, pretty much most arguments would be avoided by stating your affiliations first, So that way people will act with you generously, hoping they are the same, predicated on them being the same affiliations. And then that way you can actually delve into actual distinctions over disagreements in a more generous and therefore understanding and empathetic behavior. Whereas if you start off and that person is defensive, which is they are not sure of themselves, which is generally that they are weak because they can't deal with the unknown, then they are going to react to the unknown defensively and with aggression or with violence, symbolic violence. So it's interesting where virtue signals, be it a sports team, like wearing the same flags as the sport team you represent, or for instance, wearing a MAGA hat, it's the exact same thing, or wearing certain clothing symbolizes your allegiance.
You have to share the experience
or cultural symbols.
Yes, you're sharing the spiritual experience. Remember, same dance around the fire. We all have to do the same thing. It has to be comforting.
But it's kind of it's a substitute for strength, though, and this is where it's
for individual strength. Yes.
Yeah.
One spaghetti we're weak, many spaghetti we're strong. Yes.
Let's be fascist.
And that's where it becomes infuriating because, and you see, that is the thing that I hate the most out of everything is this whole idea of like we need to be part of a collective to be strong. Like that is definitely
the weak. The weak do that. The weak people who are mentally more emotionally. Let me explain. People who are on average higher in neuroticism or agreeableness are more likely to bundle in bigger groups or support bigger mass movements than those who are not, who are higher in disagreeableness, who are higher in who are lower in neuroticism, who are lower in neuroticism, and who are higher in creativity because they're more adaptable. And so for this case, for example, just a quick thing. This can explain, for example, why women are the first supporters of political changes. So, for example, the people who were supporting Hitler this is just the best example is that Hitler was not supported in the beginning by industrialists. He was supported by the wives of the industrialists, bored to death wives who did not like things how they were going, and they wanted to have some fun. And they had this young guy who was jumping all over and telling all these exciting things, and there's like, why not let's give him some cash. And then she goes to her husband and says, Hans, I like this guy, why are you not supporting him? Yeah. and he supports him, and then we have this history. So but because women, they're more prone to group think, to supporting group activities. They're more interested in people than things. Same reason tied to them on average. Okay, we're not going to go into statistical peculiarities of this discussion.
We have to, otherwise people will hang us.
No. Let's put the statistics is pretty clear on that. Okay, the psychometric data is clear that women are more agreeable on average. Women are more neurotic on average than men, and because they don't have to deal. First of all, I think it's evolutionary as well because they didn't have to deal with unexplored territory. Men had to deal with unexplored territory. Okay, because we had to go out there and we had to encounter that which was in the environment, and those who did not encounter died off, or were women who were based on they were responsible for the order structure. So women are responsible for order, in my understanding. Women on average are responsible for order.
I love it how Callie has zero filter right now, because one of the things I've learned during the live
have no filters because it is a hallmark of an educated mind to accept ideas, entertain ideas without accepting them. Okay.
Because I used to operate without a filter, and then I realized I need to pick my battles more, because in a live stream, every single time you say one of these things, you're opening up a war, and sometimes that war is the worst thing. So I'm glad you're saying I'm opening this war and I'm willing to battle in it.
But I don't mind. You said besides statistics, the most important thing to note here, it is neither good nor bad. It's both. So it's not the.
Yes. I do not attribute qualitative criteria to this. I'm not saying it's good or bad. It's what it is, and because it's what it is, it's perspective-wise. If let's say society does not want women to have more, we don't want women to have more order, so society will see women doing that as bad at that time. But if they want to have more order, then what women do, on average more than men, is good. But I'm just stating the the things the way they are.
Yeah,
I'm not giving
the
it's good or
problem
bad.
is that so the issue there is, and it actually ties into why such a notion in like the earlier notion of this collective unity brings power to the weak individual pisses me off so much, is because for these people, and it's similar to what Frederick Weissart wrote in The Law, is, and it's also a tool of democracy where the government becomes a weapon exploited by the different tribes campaigning for its utilization of power. And always that's the case with government. Before democracy, it was a minority that oppressed a majority, and now it's a majority that oppresses a minority. Is that necessarily better? Sure, under some contexts, but not in all. But the thing that ticks me off the most is you're either with us or against us. Because just let people
duality,
this is the thing that ticks me off about that particular mindset, which is it says it is immoral to let the strong leave and do their own thing. The strong must work on behalf of us because we are weak. I hate that.
That's called exploitation by the masses of the creative and the productive, the other way around. But this is a pool for remember what I told you, it's one of the ways we try to manage the scarcity of the environment. It is by reallocating the resources in a meaningful manner. We either use violence or we use information hierarchy out of the two generally. Yes.
I think I have something important to say here, and it's mostly related to what was just said by Ben. So, if you're psychologically weak, and I'm saying psychologically weak, so let's say you feel like you don't have power. Chances are that joining a movement
can you make it a bit more precise?
Strong. Hang on. It isn't going to make you more strong. It isn't going to give you power. It's going to make you a fulcrum to leverage the power of the people leading the movement. So you better hope they agree with you.
Right.
Yes,
because
exactly.
you won't be able to stand up against them.
And their intentions
you do not have the power. No, people think that there we go. That's what's because the grouping. What happens is that you defer responsibility for action upon those with who say they will do your bidding. You don't become more powerful. Is that in terms of priority of actions, your things get higher on the priority list because there is more of you doing that rather than there's less of you. But that is why you're stronger when you're together than when you're separate, because individually you wouldn't be able to do it.
So this is great. So a year ago, when I was researching a lot of what we talked about before, I was just like, okay, how is it that some people can't develop this separation of persona, right? And I really struggle with that. And then I was just like this was such a new learning to me. How did I not realize it? And as well, like this previous development of the philosopher in me that the paper kind of outlined. And one of the things that I came to understand was like maturity, like maturation is not a part of Western culture anymore. It has obliterated out. And like the welfare state seems...
It's gone,
right.
Yes.
Yeah, and it seems like if there isn't a cost to failure, like a life or death cost, then you can rest on your laurels. And if you are resting on your laurels, you're not engaging with trade to make other people's lives better. That's one of the key things, which is that resting your laurels is fine for your life, but not on the collective's life. And this is interesting because one of the other learnings I actually only discovered very recently was the idea that every time I say motivation or capitalism, like if I engage in a trade, I get $20. Woohoo, I got $20. My life is better by $20, right? But by doing that performance, someone else's life is better. All right, Callie, wait. Yeah. A lot of the times when you object, I'm going to lead into the objection, right? So a lot of the times when you do that $20, my life gets better by $20. Their life gets better than more than $20 if they were actually wise with the money. But what it does is I produce something that now has a ripple effect through the entire economy. I've now opened doors for them and they are opening doors for other people. This is such a fundamental this is why capitalism empowers everyone. right? Because every trade I do, it's open the door for all the people that trade enables someone else to open the door for.
Well, that is called,
right?
Yes, that is in economics. It's called velocity of money or velocity of currency, which is how fast the funds change hands. So if it's sitting somewhere in your mattress, or you're actually investing it. And the claim in capitalism, the claim is that, well, inflation is good because it forces people to not hoard cash, but it's not true. The inflation, it is not the purpose of inflation. Inflation is the consequence of expansionary monetary policies, because capitalism is in fact the expansion of the pool, as I said, not redistribution of the limited pool as opposed to socialism. So
that's cool. That's got a name. So then from that, after realizing this, is that I was just like, oh, it's all about maturation. And you go back to like watching TV programs like The Firing Line in like the 1960s and stuff, or like read the books from then, and it was all about maturation. It was all about becoming a capable, independent adult, or a capable, independent agent, which was an adult. It was all about stop being a child, start being an adult, you little dependent shit, right? And to some extent, obviously, there's a bleeding heart thing. Well, what about the people who are unfortunate or marginalized or underprivileged and they don't have those things? And definitely there are exceptions to this loathing. And that's where, that's the shadow. I need to better integrate that, because there are some things which, this type of compassion that isn't intuitive to me. To some extent, actually, it is. I used to I've had to reconcile those two aspects of me, because you go back to me before 2013, it was overruled by this compassion. And then I realized, oh, geez, it is so problematic. For instance, just a quick example, in Bali, let's give the kid some money to the mother who is starving to death, and they're holding a baby that's also starving to death. And it'll be like, okay, just like the movie Slumdog Millionaire shows, it's like they're gangs. Like these people are prostituted by a pimp. But it's not prostitution. The trade isn't sex, the trade is begging. And what you're doing is you're supporting this organized crime. And the movie Not Today, fantastic movie, that goes into that little snippet, like in Slumdog Millionaire, you see them injuring and deforming the children so they would earn more money in this crime syndicate. And Not Today goes into that in far more detail with a solution to the crime. So compassion can actually cause a problem. And it's the same thing with like, in Australia, let's just give welfare out to the Abos or Aboriginals, right? And it'll be like, why you, and like they get an exorbitant amount of money just for their race. And the alleged history against them, and sure, I'm not denying it. I'm saying, certainly there is truth to those things. But the problem there is it robs them of the ability to claim their independence, and it interferes with that development into adulthood. It interferes with their ability to strengthen their will. And that is very bad. You're robbing them of something else. Every single time you're doing compassion, you are robbing them of the ability to develop their own independence. And this is like the same thing for nursing. Like a lot of women go into nursing because they want to take care of people, in the same way like the mother who doesn't maybe have the children, or even for the mother who is very motherly, they go into nursing. And one of the things the nurses have to learn is don't do things for the patients they can do themselves, because you rob them of their self-esteem, you rob them of their dignity. And it is really bad. You make them dependent on you.
About a lot as well.
Yeah. So this actually applies to the state. And in some quotes from this book, which I'm going to muse on to apply that association to the state, is he says, among many other things, the archetypal mother symbolizes the source of care. She expresses home and family, the eros principle, and the centripetal orientation of the ego. Later, as the father assumes a more important role, the father archetype is actualized as one pole of the archetypal relationship between father and child. He is especially the source of order and mediates the outward relation to society and the rest of the world, the logos principle, and the centrifugal orientation of the ego. So it's really interesting because you have this thing where as soon as women get the right to vote, they vote in welfare and socialism. And this is very much the exact same thing that happens in a family. Like, the reason there is gender differences is one gender, typically the masculine, because of biological features. One is strength and penis instead of uterus, and penis can seed babies in a few seconds, whereas uterus has to grow baby over 9 months. So if you kill all the men except for one, that man can have a sex spree and still repopulate the entire
Logistics.
village. Or even
Yes.
or even more evolutionary consequential is you be Genghis Khan and you eliminate all the men, you rape all the women, and you've now repopulated the entire continent with stronger, genetically fitter people than the weak men who were eradicated.
To make something more local, let's say another such effect would be that that because of the asymmetry between men and women and in our gametes, that's the egg cells and the sperm cells, we have a lot of downstream effects. And one of those effects, you might say, is that that men's tear ducts, they don't develop, they degenerate compared to how they are as children and compared to how they are for women. And so what they indicate when they give way is more subtle. So consequently, if people feel empathy when you cry, and you cry less as a man, you're left to your own devices more. So you learn more about independence naturally, on average, you could say.
Yeah, and also just on the crying thing, female tears actually emit pheromones that make men submissive.
Yeah, you wouldn't think it, but it's demonstrable.
Like, that's the thing. Like 10 years ago, everyone, at least for me, I thought pheromones were a thing that affected animals, not humans.
Oh yeah. Oh, you think so? Have you ever seen amount of girls that give you stares if you like smell nice? Like they will smell you. They get the whiff.
But it's also like there's maybe pheromones as well. Like you know, depending on your social prowess, I guess. Like often, like pickup 101. Like when I was a teenager, I engaged in the pickup artistry community, and one of the things you learn that is not intuitive, at least it wasn't for me, is that if they're feeling, if you're feeling really strongly towards them, and you have rapport with them, they're probably feeling the exact same way. If you're feeling it's good to go, and you have rapport is the key thing, obviously. Rapport is the important thing here. I'm not doing the whole, you know, encouraging Me Too thing. If you like, and if they say no, then your assessment was wrong, right? But yeah, if you're getting, you know, vibing with them, they're probably vibing with you. It's actually a mutual moment. It's not just you operating the world as an independent, completely independent agent. You're actually interacting and actually merging your experiences. It's actually like a real thing that's happening. It's really, really fascinating. But the point of where these things become interesting is there's no reason to not assert, or sorry, there's no reason not to believe the assertion, to entertain the assertion, to consider the assertion that if a meta abstract or an archetype of mother, for instance, that's a concept, you know, that can apply to female to some extent now with modern gender dynamics, and also apply to men. And men can be the stay-at-home mom, and women can be the breadwinning male. So you have a mix there, but to some extent, yeah, that can be loosely applied to circumstances where the archetype or the constituents of that particular archetype is still true. So this can also apply to government, evidently, which is I watched a great thing on by Stefan Molyneux, and he did an episode recently on the fall of Rome, and he talks. It's like a 3-hour presentation. It was really good, and one of the things is but one of the things we see, when women vote, they vote in socialism. But the other thing is, sorry.
quick thing talking about this is that not only follow Rome, but the 7 stages of empire are well, roughly correct. It's not very high predicted, but it's roughly correct because you can trace at what stage your civilization is by knowing, well, by knowing some of the traits. And an example here in the governments is that more women in the government being a publicly or generally accepted idea is because there is no more unexplored territory, or the things are more stable than they used to. So the need for people who deal with high stress exploratory activity is lower. So which is dominated on average by males. Therefore, on average, males will be overrepresented in politics. And now, because it is dealing with the retention of the order, and which is mostly on average women, they will be dealing with that. So women become more apt. So women will be more apt for dealing with that, and you will see it in nations like more stable economically, politically, and also militarily stable nations. They have more representation of women in government, and the push, or also psychological push, is natural because there is no necessity for, there is no constant wars. There is no frontier to explore other than space, of course. And I bet in the space exploration, majority of space explorers will be males and women with a high stress tolerance on low. So very, very small amount of women, because they're on average, they're not they have high neuroticism. And because of that, for example, space being an unexplored territory, predominantly males, and a small group of females with high stress tolerance
well, it's also
will
the
be
cost
represented.
Like the neuroticism avoids them from entering into industries of high cost, right? So rather than being doctors, nurses is one of the things, but or like say space industry, if the rocket blows up, that's going to be nerve-wracking. So there needs to be, at least if the workplace is going to be open towards the women, they need to make the consequences of high cost as low as possible. So you see, before anyone is considering, oh, Ben's just a sexist pig, well, the thing is, the retort to that is, well, no, because sexism is, to go back to the 90s definition of it, which is, I think, is a lot more sane, is a hatred towards a group. There is no hatred here. It's just citing some data, and that data can go either way. Just use it or abandon it, whatever, right?
Well, the thing,
so data itself shouldn't be sexist, but the
Besides,
so
if
one
he
of
was a sexist pig, he'll be a sexist pig with a wife.
yeah, this is true. But yeah, one of the
stop mansplaining, Trygve. Why are you doing that?
Yeah, but so one of the things here is men will always go into high risk, high reward frontiers. One, because men are disposable. Biologically, they are disposable, and that goes into the psychology.
Exactly.
And they need to earn rewards in order for the opportunity to mate. If they don't get rewards, they're out of the mating pool.
Exactly. And women maintain explored territory.
Yeah. So you see this with any industry, any new industry, which is high risk, high reward, flooded with men. And then it becomes sanitized. Over process, the women invade the HR departments and sanitize the situation. But it's also economically, it makes complete sense, because you need the unbelievably skilled, the Pareto distribution type men to set up the industry and succeed when most of them will fail. And once it's succeeded, those men don't thrive in an established enterprise anymore. They go on to the next thing. And the next thing, and the next thing, and the next thing, hopefully. And so then it does actually pave way for a more sanitized, safer organization. So right now in the tech industry, there was my observation is there has been a mass exodus of disagreeable men from the tech industry into specifically the niches of cryptography, crypto economics, cryptocurrencies, things like that, because right now cryptocurrency
neuromarketing,
huge,
such things, neuromarketing, stuff like that. Yes.
Yeah, but eventually, as that becomes sanitized, that too has now opened the way to women who will only engage with games when they are.
But there are some things which do not change. For example, like high risk jobs, military. I mean, overwhelming amount
and
of
it's
women.
Interesting as well.
You want to serve in Afghanistan, and they're gonna say no. Of course.
Yeah. So even for the application for for the defense forces in Australia, the physical requirements for a male is like 3 times that of the female. So it's interesting because again, it's all down to economics, which is, hey, we're not hiring for the, once we maximize all the potential men we can hire, we need to start hiring other groups. And therefore, to get those groups on board, we need to cater towards their interests more. And yeah, that'll eject a minority of men from the situation, but good riddance, because we'll get twofold as many women. Now, there's actually interesting because who was it? Someone was praising, Tucker Carlson was praising Elizabeth Warren's book, saying that this is actually very problematic because it halves the wages. Because if there is scarcity of potential employment, like capable employees, then the demand, the supply of money will go towards the supply of employees. But if you then double the supply of employees, then you half the payout.
Yeah, at the
same time,
I don't think you need to.
Yeah, but at the same time, you then have the velocity of money thing, which is that by doubling the workforce, you double the productivity, which brings dividends, a new industry, and new possibilities. So it's actually a poorly thought out argument, but it's interesting because it still plays a role. But the larger factor, well, actually, one of the other citations to go into this larger factor is the roles people enter into. For instance, women do not flock to garbage disposal. Women do not flock to military. Women flock to the exact same gender. Flock to the exact same employment roles that they would have at the home, which is nurture, teaching, and like accounting, finance, or what was the other one?
Law.
I forgot one. Human resources, right? Like all things that are about conflict resolution, kind of thing.
I'd like to
or
law as well. The lawyers.
Yep.
Kind of try to bring this home. So when we talk about the relationship between men and women and discuss it in terms of archetypes as we have here, it's worth noting that as far as any one human is concerned, every other human has basically infinite value, incalculable, both positive and negative, and that has massive implications for how you should relate to them. But that is not true of our genes. Our genes place more value on women because the women are the biological bottleneck, as discussed earlier. Consequently, our genes will create instincts that lead us to value men and women differently, even though we would think we shouldn't. And there's a conflict there that we might as well want to be aware of. And that would be one example of archetypes at play to make it concrete.
Right. This is actually one of the good things of all of us being very pedantic, is that there's always someone to then hone in the statement to become more accurate than my inability to communicate it was. So yeah, thumbs up.
Feels like it's often me.
There. Yeah. So then, so here what we have is, again, it's not, it would be unreasonable to explicitly deny the idea that, it just says how a breadwinning female would embody the masculine archetype, or the male, the men or the father archetype, and whatever, that's fluid. The same would also apply to the way, but so the same would also apply in terms of our relationship to larger systems, government. So for instance, the more a government embraces welfare and philanthropy, the more the citizens of the nation become like children. And this is interesting. As women embody the government, so too do they embody the mother within the government and then treat the citizens as children. So, however, the interesting note that I have here is, well, what's fascinating is, and that's something that is, kind of been going through like the alternative or independent philosophy, communities for a while. But the new point that I think is interesting here is, well, if a government becomes more like a mother, then it would also become victim to the same vulnerabilities of a mother. And the exact same thing is true when a government becomes more like a father. It becomes very susceptible to the same pathologies that a father would be, which is it can tyrannize its population. It becomes vulnerable to its own hubris. Whereas for a motherly government, it can become vulnerable to rape, which is that China in the issue of the USA or Russia will just come in and obliterate your entire country through the point of mimetic warfare. And they're doing a very good job at it, right?
Yes, because but that's what that's exactly what I wanted to say in terms of balance. Because when the balance is so good, the balance is good, but you continue doing things which led to that balance, and it reaches a point of unbalancing. So the things you were doing were good because it led you to a balance, out of chaos into order. But there is not more order if you keep doing those things lead them to their logical conclusion. There will be disorder, okay? And the process of adaptability is knowing when to stop. And so, for example, in my understanding, when like women are breadwinners and men are not, is that purpose is the moment after we should have stopped. Why? Because in this case, the biological premises that lead our psychological thinking contradicts that which we enact and we keep enacting, and because of these contradictions there will rise of conflict and destabilization, and the more the contrast, the stronger the conflict, until the structure will be readjusted again through whatever type of conflict that will emerge. You know what I'm saying?
And often
But this is one of the examples. Yeah, one of the examples is to make these adjustments, be aware of these processes, to make the adjustments in the first place. Otherwise, the society will just decompose itself, and then it will start all over again. You know, and that is problematic because people don't know how to balance it.
The basic premise would be reality is there regardless of what we do, and if we do stupid things, it's going to respond as if we did stupid things.
Yes. You cannot. I mean, I have no problem with women like making more than me or doing all of those things. I don't. But the problem is that the society will not last that long if you keep doing this, and more people keep doing this, because it contradicts the psychological and biological imperatives. Unless you want to eliminate the biological imperatives, then you can promote ideas such as transgenderism and promote. So because that will allow you to say, well, no, you can actually ignore your male biological imperatives by taking hormone suppressants. But it is so warped and malevolent, but people don't realize. But it would be an active solution to something like this. You combat your biology so that you can continue doing that which led to greater order. And you think
this is where it gets going into uncharted territory, at least from my own thinking, which is that the big question, right, is we can speculate on these things about knowledge and about the systems that are operating, and to some extent we've doing that more successful because that's the entire point of Beverly, which is to develop our wisdom and get rid of bad ideas. And through debate like this, we constantly have disagree with each other on this, and we wrestle it out, right? But one of the things is like, say, for instance, just a instance of this is like feminism, right? Like, or female voting, right? We can't tell yet whether or not that's a good idea. To tell whether or not that's a good idea takes thousands of years to tell whether or not that's a good idea. What determines whether it's a good idea is if we become like nations that allow female voting, if they actually are able to survive a few thousand years. So far, it doesn't seem to.
You need enough cases too to be able to make a informed statement, because there's a lot of factors at play in society. You don't know if that's a causal one.
I think the issue exactly. So the issue of that civilization is just quick thing. A issue of that civilizations or dying societies is not because when women get access to more power, political power especially, or legislative. It's not that. It's the lack of defensive mechanism against the outsiders who will not be able, who will overwhelm the softened structure, because structure is too comfortable. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the problem is not that. The problem is that not being able to adapt to what comes after that.
Yeah. You can say that's what happened in the climate crisis, for example.
Yeah. So we have, a lot of those things is speculation, and anyone who says it's a good thing, they're not looking at this across time, and time is a very important factor when you're discussing truth. So a lot of this is speculation. That's fine, and it's entertaining, and it's a way of hedging bets. It's to say, we don't know, I'm going to hedge my bet. I'm going to reserve my judgment because I don't know, and that's good. But what we still need to do is we still need to know how to act. And right now, knowing how to act is very hard, especially if you're an American. I imagine right now is for them, things are tricky. And it seems right now there is a battle of several gods, and I'm spitballing this in terms of thinking of it, because the biggest threats that I see, or biggest gods in the world that I see right now, is China. They are unified under one god of their state. They are doing incredibly effectively under that. That is working very well. Obviously there's issues and blah, 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 but every nation and every instance of a god has issues, right? But that is one hell of a god to reckon with. Then you also have Islam, the Islamic god, and you also have the Christian god. These are two other huge forces, right? And then you also have America. And America has two gods competing for this civilization. They have the Democratic Party and they have the Republican Party. And they are getting further and further apart from each other every single year. So now, however, though, there is an introduction of a new god in the last 200 years, and that is of liberty. And this one is very, and then you also have all the different pagans and Gentiles and all the rest, right? Like and all the smaller nations, right? But the liberty one is a new contribution to the last 2,000 years. All the rest of the same programs, right? And what's interesting though is this paper, especially, but also what was catalyzed by Peterson, and the world just hooked onto the West, actually not even the Western world. The early days of the Beverly Study Group was mostly people outside the Western world. like when we did private meetings. Obviously, when you're doing live streams, people in more tyrannical governments don't want to participate on live streams, right? So it's interesting because there is something there that the world latched onto. And what it seems is that latching onto is this type of everything this paper went through, which is kind of what Hitchens and then Sam Harris and then Peterson and then Viveki and then I guess this author is all trying to point towards, and that is this way of making the individual like a godhead in terms of actually having the same humility, which is this way of integrating and becoming beyond and all of that. And to some extent, that is like the spiritual essence of libertarianism, although libertarianism is becoming just as useless as calling someone Republican because there's such a variety now, especially like, are you left libertarian or right libertarian or Christian libertarian, right? However, I would still put it as a theme of your social obligation is to develop liberty. That puts you squarely against individualists. An individualist does not care about liberty of anyone else, only their own self. I should say an individualist doesn't have a social obligation to develop liberty in someone else because it violates their individuality.
I think you're confusing individualism and egotism. It's a very common conflation, and it's actually everywhere in the social sciences, according to.
Well, I'm not sure because you have feminist individualists who are
philosophical individualism on one hand, right? Philosophical individualism says you should regard people as individuals first. It doesn't say anything about what you should prioritize besides how you should understand individuals.
Okay. So I would say, like, I guess political maybe, because I like individualism seems an inherent, like, this is, I would posit.
It's related.
So yeah, I would say, yeah. So I would put them as related, but they're distinct. And one of the areas there is distinct is obligations of a parent towards a child. So for instance, you can't be for incest if you're a libertarian. You can't be for abortion if you're a libertarian. Why? Because they void the liberty of another being. But you can be an individualist because those two things, the obligation towards the child or the obligation towards the fetus, they are violating your individuality. You are now able to defend yourself. You have no obligation to develop.
Oh no, we're not going to that territory. You know why? Because then you can discuss when does an individuality of a person begin, and, and where does it originate?
Yeah, but those type of begin things don't like.
No.
It doesn't matter.
Abortion is very important. It's very important regarding abortion.
We've been going at this for about 3.5 hours now. Maybe it's time to call it.
Well, there's only like 2 points I want to. Yeah, so I'm keeping track of the time, and we're going to wrap up soon because we're running out of points. So I think in terms of this, and this actually wraps into my last point that we haven't discussed, And it is that there is these huge gods that are battling it out, and I would put liberty as the new contribution. And this is interesting because the last quote that I have is from the book. The author writes, Bruce writes, similarly, the personal Father comes to be differentiated from the Heavenly Father as representative of the Logos principle. And so I've got the note here. When the concrete Father lapses, the Heavenly Father subsumes. This protects the individual from their shadow despite concrete protections lapsing. So you have this thing here of what the Christian God's contribution was to humanity. I'm going to from the perspective of a libertarian Christian, right? And it is that if my father is flawed, I will be exposed to bad things in my life. And however, the more I can strengthen the state, then, and this is the goal of people who aren't libertarian. I'll just say status. That's more pure to what I'm going for, right? If you're a status, you would believe that that void of your father's imperfections should be fulfilled by the state because the state can protect you in ways that your father can't. And because of its ability to be a weapon and do legal plunder and all the rest of the enforced morality on the world, right? But what the Christian God does, and where it can become a thing to be a libertarian Christian, is that it says, we will not do our allegiance to any state. We will not do our allegiance to any man. We will not do our allegiance to any ideology. We will only do our allegiance to our God. And our God is the only one who can judge what is good and what is bad. No one else can do it. And we will do what is good based on what the lessons from the Bible have ascertained over thousands of years to be what is good. And that is the only person we are accountable to. And that is the only person we need to develop a divine relationship towards. And it's interesting because when I saw the Victory Tulsa guy kind of proclaimed these things in the Faith in the Wild series he had, that's when I realized, like, oh crap, Obama or Trump or Biden aren't the most important people in the USA. Everyone's freaking out over nothing. The most important person in the USA, the most powerful person in the USA is the Christian God, because they are the nation with the most amount of Christians, and that God is working its way through the substrate of their nation more than anyone else. And that's why, like, if you're a Biden supporter, and then you're like, oh my gosh, half the nation is racist. No. And even still, like, only 70 million people voted out of the 350 million population. Obviously, there's an age and a immigrant issue there, but it's saying most people are subservient to something that isn't your president. Now, obviously, they will comply with laws, but what are they being subservient to? And that's when, like, I really realized, like, holy crap, there is other incredibly powerful forces going through the world. And to some extent, that was 9/11's what we call it, what's the word, showed to Sam Harris, which is that, oh shit, America isn't this all-powerful thing. Oh shit, there is gods that really threaten us. And then he kind of, for the first half of his career, he focused on the Muslim rather than the actual religion. It would be like, how silly could you be to believe in these fairy tales?
He had a low resolution take. Yes, he had a low resolution take.
And then he had his chats with Majid, and then he was like, oh shit, it's more true than it's
more complicated than previously thought possible.
And ironically, Peterson was writing about this in the early 1990s. Not about that event, but about that kind of event and what it signifies and so on.
Right. Yeah, so I think...
But 9/11, although 9/11 is quite highly contentious, the process at hand of the act has the same root as all other such acts, is that it has to be a meaningful thing which challenges the suppositions about the culture. So it's David and Goliath. So you want to get the tallest, the biggest, the most obnoxious guy by the smallest, skinniest dude who managed to outsmart him. And it's about, again, it's about maneuverability. And so being able to get rid of those buildings by throwing in the planes, whether it was inside job or not, does not matter. The process of what matters here is that the idea of doing that, the psychology behind it, is to challenge the axiom. And you challenge the axioms by affecting those things which exalt, or how do you say it? Not exalt. I think exalt those axioms. Excuse me?
Represent, let's say.
Represent their maximum. They are the epitome. They're the cherry on top of axioms. Okay, they are from the other side, and well, doing that has a very strong impact on the process of questioning the axioms. And well, whoever thought of it did actually, I don't know whether they were conscious, because you can reach some of these conclusions like intuitively, you feel this, but you just learn some of these things, and you just you get the feeling, and you just do those things. But we'll never probably find out if it was conscious or unconscious effort.
So that's fascinating, because if we go into earlier what it said, right, there's this Sierra, which is like the lineage of a god. And if we can actually think, and it goes into your symbols and your tokens, right? So the Statue of Liberty would be a symbol under the lineage of the god that represented America, right? Like the god of America the World Trade Center. Statue of Liberty is probably the next one, right? Like if 9/11 could happen again, they'll go for the Statue of Liberty, right? But the World Trade Center is kind of that. It was like a token of capitalism or whatnot, or America, which is, very similar. So to some extent, it's kind of similar to like,
Remember, they also attacked the Pentagon, as far as I remember. They just failed.
And so it's kind of interesting, because you have this with like the Christian USA back in the, prior to the noughts, or like the year 2000, right? Which is that as science increased, it became very harder to justify their unsophisticated belief in God, right? And so a lot of those who felt repressed by the religion left, and then they just found a cult somewhere else instead, such as SJW.
Or they found new religion, which is science, man. It's sane.
Yeah, or they became scientists. Yeah, they fell into the cult of scientism instead. Whereas like climate change is real, if you question it, you're illegal, right?
Same zealotry.
Right.
But it's not scientism. I don't think that's an appropriate application of that term. I think it's something you can easily relate to, but I don't think it's quite that.
Well, that's why I'm using the term scientism.
It's more like
so I think
hysteria is a more appropriate term.
Right.
Ideological rigidity is everywhere.
Because they hear someone, they just talk about something that looks like it's going to happen, and they're terrified of what it means if that happens.
Yeah. But it's also such
because they don't know how to deal with that unexplored territory. Of course, they will be terrified. Some of them start crying.
It's complexity. It's complexity.
Yeah, and that's a failure of their previous religion, right? So, for instance, if the religion wasn't able to make them strong, which it didn't, they will flog into the protective collective of something else, be it scientism or be it SJWism or whatever it is.
That's exactly that's why I'm saying
democracy.
The new,
but then the right, or the Christian American, whichever one is more appropriate, had a huge growth period, because they were forced to get more sophisticated with the beliefs. And you saw this now with great churches like Victory Tulsa or whatnot, or with Peterson, right? Like this new Christian that is actually able to argue the points incredibly effectively.
Of the church, and when he talks with people like William Lane Craig, it's pretty clear that the people who argued for it previously, they still haven't caught on to what people object to against it. And the people who object to it still haven't caught on to what they're saying.
Well, to some extent, yeah, that's true, right? Like there's going to be the thing, but the theme that I see is the same theme that saw the Republican Party embrace Milo Yiannopoulos, right? Which is, hey, you've got a gay Jew who's very liberal.
He's more so. He's not only gay Jew, but he's also a Catholic gay Jew.
Yeah, Catholic. All these things, right? And so the thing is that you had to embrace that, and that's something that never would have happened in the 70s in USA, right? You have Brokeback Mountain, that's like etched into everyone.
Adaptability,
right?
That's adaptability.
And I don't mean the gay scenes in Brokeback Mountain, in case there's anyone sensitive. I mean the thing of him getting bludgeoned to death at the end of it. That's the thing etched in the horror, right?
Oh yeah.
So now. So that's the thing, which is that at least the political gestalt, you now have, like, they're accepting of people like Milo. They're accepting of of Muslims in their party or whatever it is. And I think that was very showing, because they were forced, they lost so many, like after Bush, they lost Obama to Obama twice. And I think that really forced like a big renewal, as well as all the other issues that were plaguing them for a very long time. So yeah, there's still like the everyday rural person. Sure, there is, it's incorrect to say that the redneck that city liberals categorize them as, but it's also not entirely not true. So there is a demographic of which it is not productive for them to engage the limited cognitive abilities and limited time when they have to work incredibly hard on manual labor jobs to engage with things they will never be able to win at. And for most people, even myself, is like that is the learned skill of like the most successful people, is only engage in the things you can be the monopoly of winning at. Right? That is such a hard thing to have that focus. Like that focus is like the thing that makes like billionaires. Like, yeah.
To add to that point is that Luddites. Luddites were nothing but people who did not want to lose the structure which they were inhabiting to innovation, because too fast, too much innovation is dangerous to people who cannot adapt. So they move or die. If there is nowhere to move and they don't want to die, they will fight you. And Luddites did exactly that. And so technological innovation is very dangerous for people on the lower spectrum of intelligence and cognitive adaptability and mental adaptability as well. So like neuroticism, because they will suffer the most. And so everybody's like, oh, everybody can just do it. No, you're thinking from your perspective. And it's fucking so annoying, so annoying. And and you cannot just force somebody to. There is this observation: the lower the fluid intelligence is, the more time to acquire new skill approaches infinity. There we go. So so you have to keep that in mind, and so you bring innovation. The adaptability of people differs, and majority are adaptable on average, yes. But if you're doing something too fast, it's going to be too complicated to just bail on it, and things do not get implemented. That's the saying, it's too soon for the market, or it's too soon for people to understand. And for example, I perfectly understand something as UFO, how do you call it? The UFO disclosure. Why? Because the complexity of the topic can be so unbearable that people just outright reject it. For this, and for the same reason, they would reject something as psychedelics when the hippies took over in the wave, and Republicans were going crazy. It was wife of Nixon who piloted that, as much as I remember, in the US at least, and then everybody followed suit because it was too much of unexplored territory to bear for the structure, and it's a defense mechanism, and so it got outlawed. End of the game, you know.
So So I want to move from speculation actually known speculation into potential speculation that could reward potential, right? Which is, what do we do about China? And that's pretty much the main thing that is threatening everywhere that is not China. And like before USA had the conception, USA, not USA. There's USA and then everything else is not USA. No, now it's China and not China. That's like that is a real force to be reckoned with, and I think that's one of a threat. And I don't see, like, man, it's a threat, and like that would be, maybe we save that for like maybe next week's discussion, what to do about China.
Yes, but I want to go back to
wait.
Sure.
Maybe you're going to say exactly what I'm going to work into, right? So the thing is that this paper, I think this paper kind of presents a what to do about China, because otherwise the only solution, the tried and true solution you have is God's, Christian or Islam, which are the big ones that provides cohesion, and they're both struggling somewhat. Or you have just collectivism, which is not working out that well, which is ideological collectivism, which is kind of what Peterson, his few talks that he the one which Faith Goldie actually moderated before he completely denied her existence, kind of thing, which I think was horrible for him to do. But he gave a thing about Marxism, and he very passionately spoke about the issues of it. about this false idol worship. So I think instead, the libertarians have always kind of thought, hey, and it's kind of similar where it's like libertarian, like if you are incredibly successful, you got your millions of dollars, right? Like you're a right libertarian or whatever, then you're going to be, actually, either way, they could be successful, right? Like, so, Bernie Sanders, he's like left libertarian to an extent, or more like socialist or whatever it is, but his ideas coalesce somewhat with left libertarianism. But the idea is you will pay the taxes until it becomes too much, then you will leave. When it is more profitable leaving, you will leave. And that's pretty much human nature 101, right? And which is the same thing for a country. If it is more profitable for you to immigrate out of the country, you will emigrate out of the country, right? So it's the same thing for the billionaires and the money people, which is when it becomes more profitable for them to move their finances out, they will move their finances out. When it becomes more profitable for them to leave physically, they will leave physically. So, Peter Thiel is a good example of that. He left California, now he's somewhere else. And he's also a huge funder of seasteading and Liberland, and I assume Liberland, but he's a big funder of seasteading and alternative forms of setting up alternative countries. So, before the libertarians were always thinking we could create a Galt's Gulch and that'll be our safe haven from the warring gods, because we believe the God of liberty will be able to conquer them. However, it just doesn't seem reasonable unless you keep it completely secret and you have leverage, because one of the things I learned from the game Risk is trust only means something if you have leverage, because honor is a very rare trait. The example when it comes to nations is if you're a small piddly little nation and you have something a big nation wants, chances are they're not going to be honorable. They're just going to take it, right? And this is the whole issue.
The honor is just alignment with your moral compass. How strongly you're aligned with your with the set of principles which guide you.
Yeah, I would put morality comes after economics, which is that as soon as it's more economical, which is that if they will, like, say, for instance, it doesn't matter at all about their moral values if they are starving to death, in which case you are the people who have food and you don't, right? And
I would disagree.
Then you could have like a higher God, and maybe that's the thing. But I think and that's somewhat what this paper is. So I think maybe, with the birth of the internet is something else is new. Liberty is new and the internet is new. And I think maybe this paper and things like this can actually provide a escape hatch to it, where it's like, hey, if everyone practiced what this paper taught, and you don't act like you need some intelligence, have to be capable of being a white collar worker to comprehend this paper, right? Now, whereas for a blue collar worker, they don't actually need to comprehend the paper. They just need to practice it. And that's the way religions have operated forever. Like someone going to, doing prayer, they don't actually know the metaphysical things that are occurring, right? They're just doing a thing that produces results in the life.
Yes.
So I think
you evoke
essentially one of my best things right now, my best sayings that I such a fan of since engaging more with the Christian sermons and stuff is like, rather than like say something negative happens to you, right? Rather than like, hey, you shouldn't have done that because logic, that's not going to work. The road rage is just going to escalate or whatever it is, right? So instead, the best thing I have is you need Jesus. And
oh, man, you're so evil.
Because then they're going to get more threatened by that, and then you can or they will just walk away because it'll be like does not compute, and they eject themselves, or they get escalate, and it'll be like that's why you need Jesus, right?
Yeah,
and for you it becomes comical, right? But a lot of the functionality of prayer through conflict is a way of externalizing the conflict to something beyond yourself. So the same thing when you're in a conflictual situation, a disagreement, and it'll be like, you need Jesus, or we need Jesus. It moves the onus of the conflict elsewhere, and us as servants to the high being to bring that in. And I think maybe that's really what this culture war, like, who was it? Eric Weinstein on the election night, he was on the Daily Wire podcast, which is Shapiro's company. And he grilled Shapiro and all that. And he's like, why do you guys focus on the culture war rather than bettering the economics of the country? And
because they just are unaware. They're just ignorant. Well, there are many reasons, but think one of the reasons is that they're being ignorant of the importance of economic well-being in a nation.
Well,
and they just go for the concepts, the axioms.
So that was Eric Weinstein's kind of argument, and they kind of went into it over like an hour. But Shapiro actually had a good counter argument, and it was, we're arguing values, and everything starts at values, right? You can't.
Well, he's right there.
Economics
Shapiro's right
unless you
there.
discuss
Shapiro's
values.
right there, yeah.
And so, to
but the
some
thing
extent,
is, it's about. I think Eric was more like, well, we should discuss values and do something about them in terms of action, not just keep mulling over, fighting.
But at the same time, it was an academic asking for a paycheck from journalists who were, they're both picking. Through their careers, they picked their battles,
yeah, of course,
and they were both worthy battles to pick. That's why we have multiple careers, right? But I think really what's here is, hey, let's stop bickering over values. And like, to some extent, Bevry does do this, where there's also this praxis component to Bevry. There's philosophy, praxis, and shit, what was the other one? Philosophy, praxis. I forgot the own damn manifesto. Jesus Christ.
Oh, no.
It's not like you have to...
Philosophy, praxis, and projects. So projects is like where the two meet, right? Like, what do you dedicate your life to? Right, so praxis is habits, projects is what you dedicate. Actually, holy crap, there was the correlation in this book, right? They talked about the life, body, and something else, like 3 different axes. So I need to go back to this paper and then research those things. But I think maybe that's the, something that the internet plus liberty plus the celebrity now that people like Peterson or this paper is even showcasing, is that, hey, we can give the techniques of transcendence to people for perhaps a God that is more supreme than the Christian and Islamic God, to the God of transcendence. And maybe we can become messengers of that God that will save us from China, save us from the Republicans, save us from the Democrats. And so
let me tell you something about that.
That's the way to go.
Let me tell you something about, that is not what I wanted to say actually, but I wanted to show you that the process of growing as a culture, America is like fresh culture, 300 years after, but there's process of macro, it's a prodigal son narrative, but it's a macro rather than, it's not individual, it's a group process. And so, for example, being in a position as first, okay, so economically or militarily, and then realizing they're not, because US rest of the world, now it's China and rest of the world, and now US has a contrast. We're no longer number one, we are the rest of the world. And the contrast from where we were, and that is what Trump used to tell people, hey, we are disbalanced in the sense. We're no longer number one. So whatever we're doing does not make us the best. Okay, and it resonated with people for a reason, because it resonates on individual level with all of us, is that if we don't do something for our own well-being, it's good that somebody tells us to do that, and if we all together do this, we all individually also get better off. Hence why let's support Trump over this and make America great again. So we go back to balance act where we were great and we want to go greatness. And this is the prodigal son. So the culture, the American culture on macro level is doing exactly that which would individuals go through on micro levels during growth process, when we detach our psyche from our parents. And so that's it.
And and one little bit of hope from here is as well, like the internet allows an alternative to Hollywood. Now, obviously, you're going to have the average person from peer forces just consumes Netflix because of the social momentum that it has, where it's like, oh, Netflix is a cool thing, TikTok's a cool thing, right? So there's like a thing, but then again, it's a false idol, and Christianity has at least showed me that false idols are temporary; they don't last. They reinvent themselves, but it's always a temporary thing. They don't last thousands of years. So I think maybe that would be a great discussion for another time. Maybe we'll discuss on Discord on whether or not we want to schedule that in. But I would love to have that conversation. What do we do about China? I think that would be a great topic of open speculation. With that, I think I've discussed all the notes. Unless there's final remarks, I'll wrap it up.
Well, I skipped some of my notes because I figured we were going to spend a lot of time regardless, and those would take too much time. So,
yes, there is a lot to discuss here. It's first of all a 40-page paper. It's a lot to unpack. So, I mean,
well, actually, a few of these notes we could actually work into that theme. of What About China, like the complexes as angels and demons. I think that's fascinating. One of the other things I recalled when Callie was speaking earlier about confronting fears, I have another anecdote about my own experience with horror movies. I was like terrified. I watched Paranormal Activity when I was a teenager. I was like, no, not again. But it's interesting because that one, it anchors the fear into your bedroom, the place you sleep, and
Yes.
that's
Yes,
one hell of a thing.
it is the
horror movies
place
can
of the
do.
max comfort. It is the place where
Right.
you're the most defenseless.
Yeah.
It's the place where you're
So
the most
then,
vulnerable.
yeah. So then in 2018, I was like, I need to get over this fear. And I just like went into horror movies and I did Cabin in the Woods, which is a great introduction. And then I got like through Babadook. I got like halfway through it and like pausing it all the time. And I'm like, oh, Jesus, this is getting intense. So then like I read the Wikipedia page. I'm like, that just makes it even worse. So eventually like I watched it. And then like since then, like I love the horror genre because holy crap, it actually makes me not a fucking coward. It actually shows
You should watch. You should watch then. There is a good movie that you would definitely enjoy called Tucker and Dale versus Evil. Should be introductory horror movie. But that is it. Controlled stress.
Yeah. So we follow, I guess, discussion of those remaining points up as well as maybe that theme on Discord to see if we can schedule that in. I think there's definitely overlap there. Thank you so much, Trygve, for participating as well as Carly. Really enjoyed your contributions and I think the audience got a lot from it. Carly, you got to work on your interruptions.
I don't know if that happens because the thing is, Benjamin, the thing is, what happens is that when somebody says something, my brain instantly is like, I have ideas sprouting, and I want to share them, and I don't want to write it down because it's going to be like pages.
That can be your meditative practice. Yeah.
Oh, I don't meditate like that, sadly.
Yeah. Alrighty. So yeah, this was a discussion as part of Bevery. You can get all the details at bevery.me and all the details in the links below, including links to Trygve as well as to Carly if he provides one. Definitely let us know. This is a community and a cooperative to an extent, and please participate. We learn from you, and you know the participants get a lot more out of it than the audience. So hopefully, you know, it can be more transformation of that. And we have projects like, as we said, it's about philosophy, which is knowing what we should align our compasses to. Then we have habits in our daily life, which is praxis, but we have projects which we dedicate our lives to. And those can be personal things which we will try and assist, but also Bevery projects as well. And all that details can be found in the description below. Again, thanks so much, everybody, for participating.
You're welcome.